Chapter 51-52. We've finally caught them. We've also confirmed that the divine artifact is on them. After we return, we'll get the divine artifact out sooner or later. Now, let's continue with the Destiny Martial Meet. That's right. This time, the Destiny Martial Meet is so big. I reckon that not only the volcanic mountain city, but even the nearby battles will be able to stimulate the Destiny Martial Meet. Let's start quickly. The leaders of the great god clans all looked at the volcano with incomparable anticipation. It could be seen that they were in an incomparably good mood. They had actually obtained Bayushing and obtained a huge amount of Destiny Martial Meat. Bayushing was taken away by the 9 Conch clan, while the white-clothed woman was brought to a secret place in the city by the Myriad Sea clan. As long as the Destiny Martial Meet ended, she would be brought back to the 3 great god clans. 12-winged young god. Follow them and find an opportunity to save him. At the same time, Lin Ling transmitted his voice to the 12-winged young god. The 12-winged young god was stunned. She thought that she couldn't help Bayushing, but she didn't expect Lin Ling to make a move at this time. After all, Bayushing was already seriously injured. The 3 great god clans must have let down their guard. They would never have thought that someone would sneak attack at this time. On the 9 Conch clan side, the beautiful woman also followed the experts to escort Bayushing away. Lin Ling immediately followed them. Aren't you going to participate in the Destiny Martial Meet? The woman was very surprised, while the others from the 9 Conch clan frowned. Escorting Bayushing was a matter of great importance. How could they let outsiders participate? I don't think I can get much Destiny Martial Meat, so I want to help escort Bayushing and get more rewards. Lin Ling said, "Do you think you can get whatever you want?" The experts from the 9 Conch clan shouted angrily. Then, the woman smiled, "It's fine. Let him come along. Anyway, he's weak and can't cause any big waves." Hearing the woman say this, the other experts finally stopped talking. After all, this woman's status was higher. Everyone walked along the street. Although their expressions were relaxed, they were still paying attention to their surroundings. Lin Ling's expression did not change, because he knew that the leaders of the 3 great god clans were still paying attention to Bayushing. He had to wait. Foot after the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, the group had already gone far away, beyond the senses of the leaders of the 3 god tribes. "I'm sorry." At the same time, Lin Ling erupted with all his strength. He fused his talents and ended the battle quickly. The Tyrant Song sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out with a power of 5 trillion units. He had launched a sneak attack. Furthermore, there were only ordinary mid-stage martial saints present. How could they possibly block his attack? One with his sword, he had slain 2 experts. "You!" Seeing her clan member killed, the beautiful woman was clearly shocked. "Excuse me." Lin Ling used the 3 extreme breaks of the universe to seal her soul, but he did not kill her. Instead, he directly knocked her soul out. Of course, before she fainted, she also left behind a voice. "If the 9 Conch clan blames you, you can say that I secretly followed you and then sneak attacked you. This way, the 9 Conch clan will not blame you." Although this woman was from the 9 Conch clan, she could be considered to have helped him. Lin Ling did not want to harm her. After doing this, Lin Ling's killing intent enveloped the remaining experts. Lin Ling's universe was mobilized. The remaining experts of the 9 shell race wanted to call for help, but they were suppressed by Lin Ling's universe. In an instant, another person died. Swoosh! Lin Ling raised his sword and slaughtered them. After an incense stick's worth of time, all the people of the 9 shell race were dead. Lin Ling collected the treasures on their bodies, then put Bayushing into Lin Ling's universe and quickly left. Lin Ling, since someone had been killed and there was no evidence, then the 9 shell race would probably believe the words of the beautiful woman. After Ling left, he immediately went to the 12-winged young god. His speed was incomparably fast, and a moment later, he saw the 12-winged young god. Over there. The 2-winged young god did not dare to get too close to the Myriad Sea race, so he could only supervise from afar. Lin Ling did not act rashly. Instead, he looked around and did not see any powerful leaders supervising him. Only then did he make his move. "Go, Use all your strength. Lin Ling shouted angrily. 10-14 wings appeared behind the two-winged Yang god, and the sun god's sword appeared as he rushed into the battlefield. Who is it? What are you doing? The gods of the myriad sea race reacted, but they were all very surprised. After all, the 5th level was the territory of the 3 godly clans, and they wanted to capture Baiyusheng. This matter was known to everyone, but someone dared to attack them halfway. Unfortunately, they were only ordinary late-stage Saint Universe giant gods. How could they stop Lin Ling? Again, after an incense stick's worth of time, Lin Ling killed all the myriad sea race and rescued the woman who was Baiyusheng. You are? The white-robed woman frowned as she looked at Lin Ling and the others. Baiyusheng's friends. Lin Ling explained, Baiyusheng has been rescued. Now, follow me and leave immediately. The white-robed woman wanted to thank him, but she immediately thought of something and said anxiously, Not good, I have the universe power of King Myriad Waves. If I leave, King Myriad Waves will definitely know. Lin Ling's expression changed dramatically. He checked and found that there was indeed a weak universe power in the white-robed woman's body. 12-winged sun god, take her into your universe. We're going to rush out. If anything happens, don't worry about me. Leave immediately. Ling immediately said to 12-winged sun god. The sword of faith appeared in his hand and cut off the universe power in the white-robed woman's body. Baiyusheng, the white-robed woman, was very grateful to Lin Ling and the others. She kept thanking them and disappeared into the universe. A few minutes later, just as Lin Ling cut off the universe power, King Myriad Waves, who was laughing at the volcano, suddenly changed his expression and shouted, Not good, someone is ruining our plan. Their universe power spread out immediately. First, they noticed that Baiyusheng and the white-robed woman had disappeared. Quick, stop them. King Myriad Waves was furious and rushed into the distance. The leaders of the other 2 godly clans also rushed over. However, the elder of the 9 conch race suddenly said, Seal the volcanic mountain city. No one is allowed to leave. Otherwise, kill without mercy. With this order, the entire city was locked down. An earth-shattering battle was about to break out. 12-winged sun god, separate from me immediately. Ling's expression was solemn. He knew that there would be a large number of god-level universe gods attacking him. He was not confident that he could block them. The only way now was to leave the volcanic mountain city immediately. Lin Ling, you have to be careful. The 12-winged Yang god shouted to Lin Ling and disappeared on the spot. And Lin Ling looked at the sky and then stomped his feet on the ground, shattering countless houses. Only then did he escape into the distance. This move was to attract more godly clan experts and reduce the pressure on 12-winged sun god. Fruit, however, after the rumbling sound, a large number of gods flew over. Their aura was so terrifying that it could be said to be overwhelming. Chapter 51-53. Many eyes appeared on the ground. Gods always had powerful means, so it was much easier for them to find someone. However, Lin Ling had many tricks up his sleeve and was very powerful. He naturally had a way to avoid these prying eyes. He walked toward the border of volcanic mountain city, trying to rush out of the city. Long. Before he got close, the seawater turned into a curtain and fell from the sky, covering the entire border. Volcanic Mountain City has been sealed. The seawater is a great universe, and it's the universe of several giant universe gods. It'll take some time to break through these great universes, but I'll definitely be discovered during the attack. Lin Ling thought for a moment and decided not to run toward the border. Instead, he went into the city. Hey, who are you? When Lin Ling turned around, more than 10 gods were rushing toward him. Did you see any suspects? Just as Lin Ling was about to fight, one of the gods looked around and asked. Lin Ling thought that a great battle was inevitable, but who knew that these gods would not attack? They seemed to have gone that way. Lin Ling pointed casually and thought of a way to leave. That direction? The leader of the group shouted loudly and led the group in the direction Lin Ling had pointed. However, after taking just one step, the god's pupils suddenly constricted and he stopped in his tracks. Wait, something's not right. He's the only one in this area, and there's no one there. Bai Yu Sheng's gangster is in this direction. With this shout, everyone came to their senses. Are you insulting our intelligence? You want to deceive us with such a simple loophole? The god who spoke suddenly turned to look at Lin Ling as if he had seen through everything about Lin Ling. However, all he saw was Lin Ling's fist coming toward him. With your intelligence, it doesn't matter if I deceive you or not. This god was only a middle-stage giant universe god, so how could he block Lin Ling's full-powered punch? His whole body exploded. All the gods in the surroundings came to their senses and looked at Lin Ling. Wait, you look like Lin Ling. One of them recognized Lin Ling. His pupils were trembling, but a fist had already appeared in front of his eyes and was constantly expanding. Daoist Divine City, the strongest person in the Destiny Martial meeting, why are you here? He only left behind a single sentence before being blasted to death. After that, Lin Ling killed them all. After an incense stick's worth of time, the dozen or so deities were all killed. Lin Ling shook his head in exasperation. These gods didn't recognize him at first, and then they thought themselves clever enough to recognize him. But what was the use? Even if they recognized him at first, Lin Ling didn't care about them at all. Someone recognized me. I have to be more careful. Lin Ling disappeared on the spot. Not long after, he realized that the nearby area was already filled with gods. They had spies everywhere and were using all kinds of powerful divine abilities to investigate. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's powerful means, he would have been discovered. From the looks of it, they could no longer stay in this area. Have you seen Lin Ling? As Lin Ling continued to sneak away, he encountered another wave of powerful beings. It was a late-stage Saint Giant God. Brat, we're asking you a question. Fortunately, there weren't many of them, only 5 of them. Moreover, they saw that Lin Ling's realm wasn't high, so they spoke very arrogantly. Lin Ling frowned. He knew that a great battle was about to break out. Idiot, you don't know anything. But why do I feel that you look very familiar? Really? Why do I feel that he's very unfamiliar, as if I've never seen him before? Oh, then I might have remembered wrongly. The gods frowned as they chatted. Lin Ling was once again speechless. He thought that a battle was about to break out, but in the end, these people were the same as the previous wave, lacking in intelligence. I am Lin Ling. The other party couldn't guess his identity, so Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to hide it. He didn't want to be like the previous wave of people and cause trouble again. What? You're Lin Ling. The gods opened their eyes wide. Was he confessing without being pressed? Great, I knew you were Lin Ling. The god who was confused about Lin Ling earlier shouted. In fact, if Lin Ling hadn't announced his identity, he wouldn't have recognized him at all. Bang! Lin Ling gave him a punch. This punch was overbearing and contained 5 trillion units of godly power. Any means were destroyed by him like a comet that could destroy the universe. Stop pretending. If I didn't say it out loud, you'd probably still be an idiot. After killing this god, Lin Ling attacked again. It's Lin Ling. Kill him. The remaining 4 unleashed their power. One of them activated the 7-realm universe and shouted, "Colorful world." With a punch, the universe was blown apart by Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was like a pangu creating a new world. The 4 of them were all stunned. They had heard that Lin Ling was very strong, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. Another 4 explosions rang out, and the 4 deities were obliterated. However, Lin Ling was also detected by the god's divine ability. It was a mole cricket at the corner of the street. Lin Ling also sensed the mole cricket and knew that this direction had been exposed. Lin Ling hurriedly left this place. Fortunately, there were too many gods gathered in Volcanic Mountain City. Some were strong, some were weak, and it was very suitable for Lin Ling to hide. As he moved stealthily, he blended into a small team. He left slowly, and when he looked back, he saw that the sky was filled with gods rushing in the direction he had just been. That was close. Lin Ling's expression was solemn. He wasn't afraid of saint-level universe giant gods, but he was most afraid of deities. 12-winged young god, where are you? At the same time, Lin Ling also secretly transmitted his voice and learned the whereabouts of 12-winged young god. What surprised Lin Ling was that 12-winged Yang God was already at the edge of the city, but he couldn't get out. Wait for me. Lin Ling knew that now most of the gods were attracted to a corner of the city, which meant that there was a chance to rush out of Volcanic Mountain City. Sure enough, Lin Ling moved along the street. Along the way, he encountered fewer and fewer gods. In the end, he didn't even see a single one. Not long after, he saw 12-winged Yang God at the edge of the ancient city wall. When the latter saw Lin Ling, he was obviously very happy. Can't we get out of the city gate? Lin Ling made a long story short. There are many gods guarding the city gate, and there are also 2 deity-level universe giant gods. The city wall has a great universe seal, so it's very difficult to break through. So I've been hesitating whether or not I should make a move. Let's do it. I hope we can make it in time. Lin Ling immediately looked at the magnificent city wall and saw that there was a huge 5-colored aurora in the sky above the city wall, which sealed off the entire volcanic mountain city. It seemed that the defense was very strong. Lin Ling unleashed his full strength, and the sword of faith appeared in his hand. He looked at the sky and slashed fiercely. Seeing this, Sun God's sword also appeared in 12-winged Yang God's hand, and he attacked together with Lin Ling. Rumble! Their powerful attacks slashed on the 5-colored aurora, which was turbulent like waves. What a tough defense! However, the 2 of them together didn't manage to break the 5-colored aurora, which shocked Lin Ling. This universe was indeed strong. He attacked the 5-colored aurora again with his sword. Chapter 51-54. Rumble! After another 2 slashes, a big hole finally appeared in the 5-colored aurora. A gust of wind gushed out of the hole, but it was obvious that the hole led to the outside of Volcanic Mountain City. At the same time, in a corner of Volcanic Mountain City, the 3 god clans all reacted. They roared and called on all the gods to rush in the direction of Lin Ling. Bang! 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 Heaven and earth shook. There were flying divine birds in the sky, rolling divine beasts on the ground, and giants trampling countless ants. The scene was extremely spectacular. It's coming! Sensing the terrible momentum in the distance, the 12-winged Yang God's face changed dramatically. Leave quickly! Lin Ling ignored the battle behind him and slashed at the 5-colored aurora again. He found that the universe was quickly recovering. Obviously, the master who had set up the universe was controlling the collision of the universes. Lin Ling, I'll go in first. Hurry up! The 12-winged Yang God also saw the 5-colored aurora and knew that someone had to help attack the universe, so she rushed in and planned to help Lin Ling open the passage outside the city. Go! Lin Ling slashed again and opened the passage. He saw the 12-winged Yang God enter. After the 12-winged Yang God rushed out, she floated in the sky and immediately burst out with powerful attacks, constantly attacking the gap in the 5-colored aurora. On the other side, after Lin Ling attacked again, he rushed into the gap in the aurora without hesitation. Lin Ling, you still want to escape? But at that moment, a huge fist came and stopped in front of Lin Ling. Bastard! Lin Ling cursed angrily and quickly bypassed the fist and flew to the gap in the aurora. However, just as he dodged, a huge bronze mirror appeared in front of him and turned into layers of mirror worlds, blocking his way again. Lin Ling! Outside Volcanic Mountain City, the 12-winged Yang God saw this scene and immediately became anxious. She kept attacking the 5-colored aurora. Unfortunately, the gap was opened, but Lin Ling was blocked and could not rush in. Go! Don't worry about me. Through the layers of huge mirrors, Lin Ling could see gods trying to rush out of the universe to capture the 12-winged Yang God. Under such circumstances, it was obviously impossible for him to rush out again, lest he implicate the 12-winged Yang God. Lin Ling! Outside Huashan City, the 12-winged Yang God suddenly gritted his teeth and finally left. Chase her. Don't let her escape. Prepare to open the universe. The experts of the 3 god clans shouted at the same time. Their universe had sealed off the vast volcanic mountain city. If they wanted to open it, they needed to combine with each other. That was why they needed some time. At that moment, the 12-winged Yang spirit had already fled into the distance. As Lin Ling watched her disappear, his heart finally relaxed. If both of them were caught, then things would be troublesome. Now that one of them had escaped, at least the 3 celestial clans would be wary of taking action. After that, Lin Ling looked at the densely packed deities in the city. Then he floated down and landed on a broken house, where he sat down and rested. Bang bang bang. In the distance, a huge lizard was galloping over. Buzz buzz buzz. Mosquitoes blotted out the sky and covered the earth. There was even a team of giants that sealed off a part of the world. Ambush from all sides. It was impossible to fly even if one had wings. Among the countless deities, there were king-level universe gods, saint-level universe gods, and even deities. Their gazes searched everywhere and finally locked onto Lin Ling. Bai Yuxing had been caught with great difficulty, but in the end he was kidnapped by this person. They really admired this person's courage. He actually dared to provoke the Almighty. Lin Ling, you are Lin Ling. After a long silence, the 3 god clans finally spoke coldly. The eyes of the King of Myriad Waves seemed to be able to see through everything about Lin Ling. He had also heard a little about Lin Ling. It was said that he was a very arrogant newcomer who had once destroyed the Silver Moon clan. He had even won first place in the Destiny martial arts competition on this level. His strength was extremely good. Of course, Lin Ling was also a host body of the world's will. The King of Myriad Waves was also clear about this. I have never interfered with the host body of your world's will. You actually dared to provoke the 3 god clans. Are you tired of living? The King of Myriad Waves said coldly. Let me tell you, no matter what kind of background you have, no one can save you today. Where is Bai Yuxing? He left. Lin Ling was still sitting on the roof as he replied indifferently. He left. The 3 god clans were furious. Facing their encirclement, Lin Ling could still be so calm. Lin Ling, you can't escape even if you grow wings. You'd better behave yourself. The King of Myriad Waves' patience was gradually running out. King of Myriad Waves, I reckon that he has hidden him in the universe. If he doesn't activate the universe, even if we kill him, it will be difficult for us to find him unless he hands him over himself. An elder from the 9 Conch clan said, the universe was carried by the gods, but it wasn't in the Dao Pagoda. For example, Lin Ling's universe was actually in another world. Therefore, if Lin Ling didn't activate the universe, the 3 god clans would find it difficult to find Lin Ling's universe. Show him some power. The elder from the 9 Conch clan waved his hand. Lin Ling, you should have seen Bai Yuxing's battle with the gods. No matter how powerful he is, he can't win in the end. Why don't you hand him over? I guarantee that I will let you leave. Not interested. Lin Ling replied lazily. With these words, a dozen gods finally attacked Lin Ling. They didn't dare to kill Lin Ling in one go for fear of spoiling the big event. Lin Ling, I heard that you defeated many gods in Daoist God City. This old man wants to meet you. The king-level universe gods present were actually very strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to participate in the fate meet. Hand over Bai Yuxing, lest you bring trouble upon yourself. Therefore, they were incomparably confident in themselves. Lin Ling was like a lone wolf surrounded by hunters. He sat on the roof and looked up at the gods pouncing toward him. Rumble! A deafening sound was heard, as if heaven and earth were falling apart. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't care at all. What he was anxious about was how to escape from the hands of these god-level powerhouses. A big battle was impossible. Even if Lin Ling died in battle, it would be difficult for him to defeat them. After all, there were too many of them. It seems that the only way now is to fight. Lin Ling thought for a moment and made a decision. He suddenly stood up, fused with his innate talent, and punched toward the sky. Boom! It was as if the sun was shining brightly. With his fist as the center, a terrifying power swept out in all directions. The gods pouncing toward Lin Ling were torn apart as if they were rushing toward a gale. They were completely annihilated. Let's see how many people you can block. Whoever injures him will be heavily rewarded. The 3 god-level races weren't surprised by this result. After all, even Bai Yuxing was so powerful. Lin Ling shouldn't be too weak. Of course, No matter how powerful Lin Ling was, he still couldn't escape from their palms. And after Lin Ling killed a dozen gods, an invisible power surged toward the volcano in the distance, stimulating the fate energy. Chapter 51-55. So arrogant? Even more gods roared, their expressions full of disdain and contempt. Although Lin Ling had defeated a large number of king-level giant universe gods previously, to the great beings present, this was but a drop in the ocean. Watch me defeat you. In order to get the reward, even more gods attacked Lin Ling. They also wanted to see how long Lin Ling could hold on. Powerful divine abilities, godly energy, and universe energy came surging from all directions, twice as powerful as before. There are too many enemies. If this continues, I won't be able to hold on for long. Moreover, there are several god-level giant universe gods eyeing me covetously. The overwhelming attacks were coming. Lin Ling looked calm, but his heart was a little more serious. Break for me! He suddenly rose from the ground, transformed into a giant, and sent out a palm strike. Voila! Space was broken and a storm raged. Ah! How can he be so strong? The gods who attacked in the second wave were all shocked. They thought that Lin Ling's previous attack was his strongest state, but who knew that Lin Ling could be even stronger? Moreover, many gods present had been to Daoist City and witnessed Lin Ling's destiny martial arts. But the current Lin Ling was obviously much stronger than before. Lin Ling's palm strike turned any king-level giant universe god into ashes. It was unstoppable. The second wave of great beings seemed to have been wiped out by the astral wind. Voila! Flesh and blood fell from the sky, shocking volcanic mountain city. At this moment, everyone swallowed their saliva, shocked by Lin Ling's strength. One had to know that those who attacked previously were countless king-level giant universe gods. They were stronger than ordinary king-level giant universe gods and could fight a saint. What a powerful godly energy. It's estimated to be above 500 million. Myriad waves. King narrowed his eyes. This is too fake. After all, this Lin Ling is merely a king-level late-stage universe giant god, yet he has more deity energy than a saint-level late-stage universe giant god. Could it be that he used some strange method? Another leader of the deity race asked. It's possible, but no matter how powerful the method is, it's useless. Today, we must force Lin Ling to use his universe. Then, we will join forces to suppress his universe and find Bai Yuxing. What if he refuses? In the face of death, I don't believe that he won't agree. Even as the three leaders were speaking, some gods had already taken action. After all, the three god clans had increased the rewards once more. Generous rewards were bound to attract brave souls. Lin Ling, let's see how long you can last. This time, it was a saint-level giant universe god. Furthermore, the martial saints who could fight on the 5th level were all extremely powerful. As the number of people increased, some of the ordinary saint-tier giant gods even fused their attacks into the numbers. The power of their attacks reached 1,000,000 units, terrifying to the extreme. If not for the powerful universe seal on Volcanic Mountain City, it would have been reduced to ruins. In a distant place, the 12-winged Yang god was extremely anxious when he saw this scene. He racked his brains to think of a way to help Lin Ling. Unfortunately, the Sun God clan didn't have many sun gods left on this level. They couldn't help Lin Ling at all. I can only fight. The 12-winged Yang god pondered, clenched his teeth, and left. Amidst the hundreds of trillions of deity energy, Lin Ling's huge body was constantly being destroyed, as though it was being burned by light. Fortunately, although the deity energy was enormous, it wasn't completely fused. Otherwise, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to block it even if he used all his strength. They are forcing me to use my universe. Lin Ling guessed the intentions of the three god clans. However, the three god clans had underestimated him. Was Lin Ling someone who was afraid of death? Long. A moment later, the deity energy suppressed Lin Ling, and Lin Ling's body turned into ashes. What? The three god clans noticed that the giant was disappearing. They all frowned. Was Lin Ling so stubborn that he would rather die in battle than leave the universe? Hand over Bai Yuxing? Pop. After the hundreds of trillions of deity energy suppressed the earth, volcanic mountain city completely disappeared, as though it had become another universe world. After all, this power was too strong, and it had the power to destroy the world. Dead. The gods who attacked frowned. They were also very surprised. Shwala. But at that moment, the earth rumbled. A huge arm swept past, and with terrifying power, it tore the sky apart. Wherever the arm passed, no one could stop it. Even the Saint Universe giant gods were blown apart. Pangu's true body. At that moment, the eyes of the 3 god clans' leaders trembled. They were from one of the 12 god clans, so they recognized that terrifying method. That arm was actually Pangu's finger. According to legend, when Pangu split the heavens and earth apart, he created a huge universe with a single finger. Although this finger didn't have the power of a god, it had the will to split the heavens and earth apart. Oh my god! The gods all over the sky were trembling. Lin Ling actually didn't die from such an attack, and his counterattack easily killed countless gods. They had never seen such a heaven-defying method. Why isn't he afraid of hundreds of trillions of deity energy? Could he be from the giant god clan? No, that's Panga's attack, the strongest physical body technique of the Panga clan. It has the power to ignore deity energy for a short period of time. How did this Lin Ling get such an ancient divine ability? More exclamations came from the 3 god clans. Voila! At that moment, the giant seemed to have revived, and his huge body stepped on the ground. He was incomparably domineering. He attacked with his palm, and a large number of gods were killed. God clans, attack! Seeing this, the 3 god clans' leaders gave the order. This time, the ones who attacked were of the ancient god clan bloodline, and their strength surpassed that of ordinary gods. Bam bam bam. A giant beat a drum. Turbulent seawater rose from the ground, and an ancient giant whale with a full beard swam out. On the other side, a giant turtle with an island shell also climbed out of the ground. Its limbs were extremely long, different from ordinary divine turtles. Above its head was a large number of alligator-like divine beasts. Their ancient limbs were extremely long, and their eyes were formed of flames, giving off a strange feeling. To the left, to the right, there were too many. The god clan's attack was indeed extraordinary. They charged toward Lin Ling, trying to suppress Lin Ling. When Lin Ling saw this, he raised his fist and punched. His huge body wasn't much smaller than these divine beasts, and his fist first smashed into the giant whale. The 2 giants actually fought. It was hard to tell who would win. All around, giant alligators bit at Lin Ling. Their teeth bit into him, and blood gushed out, dyeing the seawater red. However, Lin Ling was like a brave warrior who didn't fear death. He reached out with his other hand and ignored the alligator's bites. He grabbed the giant whale and slammed it into the ground, and his fist smashed down. Whoever attacked first would be the first to attack, and the rest would be ignored. This was Lin Ling's idea. Chapter 51-56. Rumble. Terrifying explosions rang out, the earth was shaking, and space was constantly shattering. The spectators watched the battle between the divine beasts as if they were watching giants fight. Rumble. With a series of explosions, the giant whale's flesh and blood splattered everywhere. It had been smashed into meat paste. Looking at Lin Ling again, the giant's body had also been bitten full of holes. However, Pangu's powerful true body had also erupted with power. The flesh and blood that had been lost were recovering, and the exposed bones were covered in flesh and blood. Pung ping pung. After recovering, Lin Ling punched the alligator from the myriad sea race. Its giant mouth was wide open as it fell from the sky and gradually lost its vitality. Panga's true body is worthy of being called the universe's #1 physical body. Its defense, attack, and recovery are all too strong. The leaders of the 3 races narrowed their eyes, but their hearts burned with passion. What if they could obtain Panga's true body? Without a doubt, they would dominate the second half of the monarch's descent Dao Pagoda. Attack! They issued orders, calling for more gods to attack. Shwa! Blood spurted out like a river. The giant Lin Ling had a large sword in his hand. His killing intent was incomparably dense, as if it had materialized. Under the sword, even the ancient giant turtle's shell was cut apart. "Come, whoever isn't afraid of death, come!" Lin Ling roared. He held the sword with great power and slashed out continuously. In the end, his hand was numb and his sword was blunt, but he still didn't stop. During this process, there were still quite a number of deities who attacked Lin Ling, and they unleashed a series of wondrous special abilities. For example, they weakened Lin Ling's divine power or made Lin Ling's body smaller. There were also all kinds of illusions. The powerful gods created reincarnation, trying to make Lin Ling enter it. There was also the demon sealing technique, trying to make Lin Ling return to his original form and be suppressed by them as a demonic beast. However, they had underestimated Lin Ling. Lin Ling had 8 dantians in his body, and his foundation was incomparably terrifying. No negative god art could affect Lin Ling. For example, samsara. Lin Ling had returned from samsara in the underworld. He had seen the real samsara, so why would he be afraid of a fake samsara? This physical body is too strong. Seeing Lin Ling safe and sound, all the old monsters trembled with fear. So his name is Lin Ling. He's so strong. The beautiful woman from the 9 conch clan had mixed feelings. "You dare to kill me?" Lin Ling suddenly turned his head and looked at the god who had attacked him. He viciously slashed out with his sword. No one below the late-stage sacred cosmos giant god could resist him. Even if they worked together, it would be difficult. After all, Lin Ling's power had reached 5 trillion. Blood splattered everywhere. The great sword once again destroyed everything. Not only were the divine beasts killed, but the surrounding deities were also implicated, resulting in countless casualties. The entire volcanic mountain city had been turned upside down by Lin Ling's massacre. People began to feel apprehensive. However, they didn't know that Lin Ling's heart was very heavy at this moment. If he continued killing like this, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Right now, he was only temporarily awe-inspiring. Rumble. When he killed the deities, he also threw a large number of divine beasts out of volcanic mountain city. However, when the huge divine beasts smashed into the sky, they were immediately blocked by a layer of membrane. Cracks appeared in the sky, and the divine beasts couldn't rush out. This meant that several sacred cosmos giant gods had joined forces to release a universe and seal volcanic mountain city. And there was also a powerful godly energy in the universe. These sacred cosmos giant gods still haven't made a move. They're checking my power and waiting for me to use Lin Ling universe. Moreover, someone has recognized my Pangu true body. Their target isn't Pangu true body, but also my Pangu true body. Lin Ling's heart was like a mirror as he guessed the purpose of the 3 godly clans. After all, Pangu true body was the #1 fleshly body in the universe. Everyone cared about it. "Lin Ling, I know you're a host body of the world's will. You won't die. Even if you're killed, you can reincarnate and make a comeback. Moreover, I heard that you've returned from the underworld with your memories. However, I'm not interested to know what kind of host body you are. If you hand over by Yuxing, we'll let you go." At this moment, a loud voice rang out. It was the elder from the 9 conch clan. This person had the power of an early-stage sacred cosmos giant god. Lin Ling only glanced at him and ignored him. Naturally, he wouldn't believe such words. Since that's the case, don't blame me for making a move. This old man is Daoist Bright Spiral. Back in the Desolate Era, this old man fought in the universe and killed countless heaven-defying people. Your world's will hosts are nothing to this old man. The elder from the 9 conch clan stepped on a 5-colored god conch and floated out. This god conch was surrounded by illusions of the universe. Creatures like Kuan Peng, Swan Ni, and Vermilion Bird emerged one after another. The elder was like the universe. With a light shout, all the gods in Volcanic Mountain City felt a sense of worship. So it's Daoist Bright Spiral. Among the gods, many old monsters who had cultivated for many years narrowed their eyes. Although they had seen the elder long ago, they didn't recognize him and didn't know where he came from. Now that they heard the 2 words, Bright Spiral, they immediately understood. The 9 conch clan had a reputation. They were in charge of dealing with the matters of the sacred race in the outside world, and these people were all famous. Among them was Bright Spiral. According to legend, this Daoist Bright Spiral was transformed from a stone conch in the universe. He absorbed the essence of the universe and took countless years to transform into a human. One had to know that this stone conch had existed since the birth of the universe. All the gods present were like juniors to him. This time, a sacred cosmos giant god has finally made a move. No one thought that Lin Ling could continue fighting. He had fought for so long and killed so many great beings. It was impossible for him to be a match for a sacred cosmos giant god. "Seal for me!" Daoist Bright Spiral shouted. A divine platform appeared above his head. The divine platform enshrined a jade-like stone conch. The stone conch was bright, and the sound of tsunamis could be heard. It was very magical. The moment this stone conch appeared, the five-colored god conch that had appeared at the beginning turned into light and disappeared into the stone conch. A powerful divine power appeared in all directions, suppressing volcanic mountain city. This power can easily tear the universe apart. As though this was the first time they saw the power of a sacred cosmos giant god, everyone exclaimed in unison. In their eyes, the godly power was like a wave that had already covered the entire sky. Even Pangu might not be able to block this godly power. Lin Ling raised his head, and his pupils contracted. Under that powerful godly power, he felt his body collapsing. It was hard to resist. He had never thought that the most ordinary godly power could be so terrifying when it reached such an amount. It could be said that there was a huge divide between the sacred realm and the deity realm. On the other hand, the difference between the king realm and the sacred realm wasn't that big. I have to make the first move to gain the upper hand. Lin Ling knew that he couldn't hide his trump card anymore. Otherwise, he would die without a doubt. Universe 3 Extremes Break. He condensed his soul power and transformed it into a cosmic ray that shot toward the sky. Chapter 51-57. However, when his soul power rushed into the sky, the power of God was constantly consuming it. They knew that soul power could ignore any attack, but this time, the power of God was extremely powerful and could resist soul power. Of course, the amount of soul power consumed was not much. At this moment, everyone had solemn expressions as they stared at Daoist Bright Spiral. They were shocked by the latter's terrifying divine energy. Just when they thought Lin Ling was about to be beaten to the ground, they suddenly heard a cry of surprise. "Lin Ling, you really have some tricks up your sleeve." Daoist Bright Spiral frowned. He had obviously discovered Lin Ling's tricks. Only, however, as soon as he finished speaking, the cosmic ray sealed him and wanted to destroy his soul. "In your dreams!" Daoist Bright Spiral shouted majestically. The emerald stone conch above his head sprinkled a green curtain of rain, firmly protecting him within. He had a divine body, which was extremely powerful. It actually blocked a large amount of cosmic rays. "My true body has been in the torrent of the universe for countless years. The torrent can't wash me away. You want to kill me with your mere soul power?" Daoist Bright Spiral said proudly after being protected by the stone conch. The torrent of the universe was incomparably terrifying. Although his true body was only at the edge of the torrent and not much was washed away, it still showed how strong the stone conch's defense was. "Umph." Lin Ling snorted coldly and stepped into the sky. His body kept shrinking. When he returned to normal, light appeared in his hand and kept condensing into a sword of light. The Sword of Faith. At this moment, the faith of Lin Ling's universe, the faith of the Yellow Emperor and the others from the 4th level, all poured in. But the sword became more and more dazzling, mixed with a sacred and inviolable power. Clang. When Lin Ling appeared in front of Daoist Bright Spiral, the latter was clearly stunned. He clearly didn't expect Lin Ling to take the initiative to attack. But now, with just a thought from Daoist Bright Spiral, Lin Ling would be killed by the power of God and turned into ashes. "Lin Ling, look how you're going to fight me!" Daoist Bright Spiral shouted angrily. Lin Ling didn't say a word, but there was a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. He ruthlessly slashed down with his sword. This sword was very dazzling, But Daoist Ming Luo didn't take it seriously. He was a god-level giant universe god, a member of the most ancient god race. How could a mere Lin Ling injure him? Ran, however, when the sword slashed at the curtain of rain melted like tofu. It was unable to block the attack and was continuously sliced apart. Daoist Luo's expression changed drastically. He knew that Lin Ling had mastered an unknown power that could harm him. Now, he was incomparably shocked and filled with deep regret. He seemed to have underestimated the enemy. He mobilized all of his divine power and blasted it towards Lin Ling, but in the end, he was still a step too late, because Lin Ling had already slashed down with his sword. A soul-shaking sound rang out. It was very clear, like the clearest sound of glass shattering in the universe. Everyone saw Lin Ling fall from the sky. After he landed on the ground, he did not move at all. In the sky, Dao Bing Ming Luo lowered his head and looked down at the ground. His left eye narrowed and twitched continuously. Lin Ling is indeed unable to withstand a single blow from a god-level giant universe god. Many people let out a sigh of relief. They had thought that something had happened, but it was obvious that they had thought too much. Ming Luo. However, the leaders of the three god races did not think so. They sensed that something had happened. I was killed by him. Daoist Ming Luo was still staring at the ground as he coldly spat out this sentence. The leaders of the three god races immediately looked over in shock. Great. On the ground, the people who had let out a sigh of relief suddenly looked at Daoist Ming Luo in disbelief. Lin Ling killed Daoist Ming Luo? And it was Daoist Ming Luo who said it himself? Daoist Ming Luo had cultivated for so long that he could already communicate with the universe of the Dao Pagoda. He could turn misfortunes into blessings and determine life and death. Now that he had admitted it himself, it was most likely that he knew that he was going to die. Lin Ling, what kind of power did he rely on? Many people swallowed their saliva. They had never expected that Daoist Ming Luo, who had unleashed endless divine power, would be killed by Lin Ling before he could even attack. This was somewhat ironic. And the stone conch above Daoist Ming Luo's head finally cracked and began to shatter. Daoist Ming Luo also scattered like ashes and disappeared with the wind. Before he died, his expression was still staring at the ground, as if he had never thought that Lin Ling could really kill him. He had to know that Lin Ling was 2 great realms away from him. King Wan Tao and the others did not look at Daoist Ming Luo anymore. Instead, they stared at the ground and saw that a deep pit had appeared on the ground. Lin Ling was buried deep inside. It was because Lin Ling had been attacked by Daoist Ming Luo's powerful divine power. Today, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured and lose the ability to fight. Daoist Ming Luo is dead. We underestimated him. Be careful of his counterattack. King Tao said indifferently. At first, they did not put Lin Ling in their eyes, but Daoist Ming Luo's matter told them that nothing was absolute. If they were the ones who attacked previously, perhaps they would have to die for Daoist Ming Luo. With Lin Ling's strength, if he wants to kill a deity-level giant universe god, he can only rely on the power of the world's willpower. One of the leaders said, "What a terrifying power of the world's willpower. It has probably reached the ancient level." Lin Ling's strength has always been above average among all the world willpower hosts. Now that I have seen it, I know why he is so strong. King Wan Tao nodded and asked the leader beside him, "I did not expect that we still could not force him to use his universe. Yi Xian, do you have any ideas?" "I can roughly find his universe," the leader beside him said. Previously, he had been using his divine ability to investigate, and now, he had found some clues. "If that is the case, we can kill him now." Killing intent appeared in King Tao's eyes. Leaving Lin Ling alive would only lead to more trouble. The leader beside him nodded. Now that Lin Ling could not escape, it was the best time to kill Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling had many tricks up his sleeves and was powerful, they were confident that if they were careful, killing Lin Ling would not be difficult. Previously, Daoist Ming Luo died because he did not expect Lin Ling to have powerful tricks up his sleeves and underestimated him. When they reached an agreement, the volcanic mountain city suddenly shook. In the distance, The huge volcano erupted, and countless magma flowed out. Smoke billowed, and flames soared into the sky. Along with the volcanic eruption, there was also a terrifying mist. Great luck! Everyone looked towards the volcano and exclaimed. Only then did they remember that it was the time for Qi gathering and Qi gathering. Qi gathering was activated at this moment. Difficult. Could it be that Lin Ling accidentally activated his great luck when he was fighting against the gods? But thinking about it, it was indeed possible. After all, Lin Ling had killed so many powerful gods. His luck had long been activated to the peak. Qi gathering gushed out, covering the sky and covering the earth. Not only did it cover the entire volcanic mountain city, it even rushed out of the city and flooded the nearby area. Previously, as long as it was someone who attacked, even if it was a saint-level giant universe god, they would be entangled by the luck. It was just that the luck was weaker. Chapter 51-58. The sky was shrouded in dense mist, and the scene was spectacular. No one dared to resist and allowed the mist to shroud them. Because this was fate. Other than the three godly races, no one noticed the terrifying maelstrom on the ground. The fate hurricane poured into the ground, forming a marvelous sight. Providence, great providence. Lin Ling has activated great providence. The Thousand Waves King and the others stared fixedly at the ground. All the hairs on their bodies stood on end. This was a kind of fear because if Lin Ling were to obtain such an enormous amount of fortune, who knew how far he would grow? Stop him! King Thousand Waves roared and ordered the three godly races to attack. Kill! The three godly races roared and rushed to the ground. At this point deep in the ground, Lin Ling's whole body was covered in blood, and his bones were broken. He almost couldn't block Daoist Ming Luo's last attack. At the critical moment, he still used the Lin Ling universe. Although the time he used it was very short, he still managed to block the fatal attack. I've used all my strength and only killed one godly universe god. There are still so many left. Ling's body was in pain, and he couldn't move. At this moment, he sensed that the three godly races had attacked, and the number of people was beyond his imagination. Lin Ling didn't expect that the three godly races would send out all their forces when he was on the verge of death. Even King Thousand Waves had come. Get up! Get up! Lin Ling kept shouting to himself. However, even though he was anxious, he couldn't move at all. Within his dantian, there was only a bit of divine power roaming about. If he wanted to support himself, he would need some time to get up. Bang! 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 At the same time, Lin Ling sensed that the great beings of the three godly races had fallen to the ground. Their lives were in danger. At the crucial moment, Lin Ling also sensed a strange power. It was like rolling smoke, swimming in the depths of the ground and occupying every grain of sand. What's this? Ling frowned. Then he suddenly sensed that the smoke was coming for him. Great providence? Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the previous battle had completely stimulated his great destiny? Providence is surging towards me. If I use it, I might be able to escape the pursuit of the celestial race. Lin Ling's heart burned with hope. He quietly clenched his fist. At first, it was very difficult, but gradually he clenched it with strength. Then he smashed his fist on the ground and slowly stood up. Station after he got up, the first thing he saw was the terrifying tornadoes rolling around like giant pythons. Not only were there a lot of pythons, but they were also extremely large. Bang bang bang. No, after a while, Lin Ling also saw a large number of figures charging into the ground, causing the ground to explode like a canyon. Moreover, one of the figures was actually the Thousand Waves King. Here this person was an expert that Lin Ling couldn't deal with right now, so he had to avoid him. No, after dealing with the King of Myriad Waves and the other experts, Lin Ling looked at the python luck not far away. He gritted his teeth and hurriedly pounced over. Qi luck was very scary. If this luck didn't belong to Lin Ling would definitely be torn to shreds. However, at this time, Lin Ling could only gamble. Stop him! At this moment, the Thousand Waves King also saw Lin Ling's actions and was very anxious. Some people activated their methods to attack, while others pounced on Lin Ling. Swish. Swish. As soon as Lin Ling got close to the python luck, he immediately felt that his body was about to be torn to shreds. Even his soul force was about to turn into nothingness and become a part of the luck. However, when he came into contact with the luck, that feeling disappeared. Instead, he felt a powerful suction force that was born and pulled him in. This sign also made Lin Ling's heart relax. He knew that this luck belonged to him. Enter. After entering the vortex of luck, Lin Ling felt as if there were countless earthworms crawling all over his body. It was incomparably comfortable, and the injuries that he had suffered before were also rapidly recovering. Qi luck represented luck. After coming into contact with it, Lin Ling also seemed to have changed his luck. Finally, thousands of strands of luck wrapped around Lin Ling tightly like silk threads. Rumble. Ling didn't see that outside the luck, powerful attacks were rushing over. However, when they collided with the luck, they were all rebounded. As for those gods who rushed toward the luck, they were careless and were sucked into the luck. However, this luck didn't belong to them, so they followed the flow of the luck and were constantly being torn to shreds. In the end, they didn't even let out a sound before everything turned into nothingness. Stop. Seeing this scene, the Thousand Waves King stopped everyone from attacking. He and the other god-level universe giant gods looked at each other and then floated up, activating all their godly energy and launching a mighty attack. Their godly energy was incomparably terrifying. When it collided with the luck, it finally made a big hole in the luck. Within the thread-like mist, a figure could be faintly seen. It was Lin Ling. I see him. The Thousand Waves King and the others became spirited and activated their godly energy again. Bang! Rumble! 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 The luck python was like a bamboo shoot that had its skin peeled off, disappearing continuously. I thought luck was something amazing. It turns out that it can't withstand such a powerful attack. A lady said with a faint smile. She was very satisfied with the outcome before her eyes. The Thousand Waves King also smiled and was about to attack again. But, at this moment, the earth suddenly shook. The soil was tumbling, causing many people to turn their heads and see a terrifying luck hurricane gushing over. Its magnitude was 10 times that of Lin Ling's. It was like a python with its mouth wide open, swallowing everyone. Not good. Some people shouted. Those who were timid even covered their eyes, ready to be swallowed. However, the scene they imagined didn't happen. They saw the huge luck hurricane flying over their heads and moving forward. Most importantly, this luck hurricane's target was Lin Ling. After it wrapped around him, the originally thin luck hurricane expanded like a balloon and turned into a huge luck hurricane. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the Thousand Waves King's face turned green with anger. This was secondary. However, this was secondary. The most important thing was that fate was flowing in from all directions and fusing with that strand of fate, causing that strand of fate to become even larger and more terrifying. Moreover, when that luck hurricane became bigger, the originally motionless luck started to tumble again. It was as though it was drilling a hole and rushing into the distance. Rumble! Rumble! The earth was stirred up, sending sand and rocks flying. Huge rocks the size of mountains were forcibly penetrated. The strength of that force made it difficult for everyone to get close. They could only watch as the hurricane disappeared before their eyes. He escaped. Lin Ling escaped. What should we do? Chase after him? Chapter 51-59. Chase? How can we chase him? King Thousand Waves was still staring ahead as he shouted coldly. Nobody dared to speak. They could see that the Thousand Waves King and the other leaders were incomparably furious. Of course, even they were incomparably furious. They had almost caught Lin Ling, but fate had suddenly protected Lin Ling and taken him away. Gone. Lin Ling has stimulated the great luck, and the laws of the universe were born. That's why his luck suddenly became good and allowed him to escape from our hands. Damn it, the luck this time is so great. Lin Ling's strength will probably increase greatly. He was only a late-stage King Giant Universe God before, but his strength is already enough to kill saints. If he breaks through, his strength will be limitless. Those god-level giant universe gods were discussing animatedly. They frowned, and their expressions were as ugly as if their parents had died. Bai Yuxing was taken away, and so was Pangu's real body. On the contrary, so many people from the 3 god-level clans had died. They had suffered a great loss. The luck is constantly being absorbed by Lin Ling. As long as the luck weakens, we will still have a chance. Find him, we must find him. King Thousand Waves said in a low voice, and the killing intent in his eyes was incomparably intense. After hearing the order, the gods hurriedly dispersed and went to find Lin Ling. After the great luck was stimulated, the universe that these god-level giant universe gods had set up was also broken. Therefore, if they wanted to find Lin Ling, it was incomparably dependent on luck. Their only clue was the luck that was constantly permeating the volcano. If they followed the luck, they might be able to find Lin Ling. On the other side, Lin Ling had no idea what was going on in the outside world. His injuries were constantly recovering, and there was surging qi flowing into his body, increasing his strength. His 8 dantians, which had exhausted all of their divine essence, had also recovered. They were also strengthening. I should have escaped from them. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He continued to wait for a long time. Seeing that there were no signs, he finally calmed down and started to cultivate. Even Lin Ling himself felt very lucky to be able to stimulate the luck this time. Otherwise, he would probably have been subdued by the 3 god-level clans. Long. The powerful luck made Lin Ling feel as if he was soaking in water, but his breathing was smooth and incomparably comfortable. After the luck entered his dantian, it immediately turned into rolling power, nourishing his 8 dantians, especially his first dantian, which was constantly strengthening. It was as if nothing could stop the dantian's improvement. Luck, if it was not used to cultivate, it would be used to envelop one's entire body, and it could be used to cultivate, not inferior to the rarest, top-grade universe treasures. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling's first dantian had completely strengthened and was on the verge of a breakthrough. And now, he was a pinnacle king-level universe giant god. However, the luck around him did not stop. It was still increasing Lin Ling's strength. Lin Ling knew that this time, it was very likely that he would be able to break through the ranks of king-level universe giant gods. However, Lin Ling did not have much confidence in breaking through, so he channeled his fate energy into his fleshly body and soul to improve his foundation. Under the nourishment of the providence, Lin Ling's physical body's strength increased from 500 billion to 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, and finally, 10,000. His soul strength was also increasing crazily under the nourishment of the luck. When it reached a new domain, Lin Ling felt that his foundation was incomparably deep. After that, he checked the luck around him and found that only half of it had been reduced. Breakthrough! Lin Ling's heart focused, and he finally made a decision to break through to the life level. Long. In the outside world, the luck python was still rolling on the ground. Sand and stones were flying, and there was a foul wind and a rain of blood. Everywhere it passed, nothing could stop it. The gods on the 5th level sensed that the ground was shaking, and after carefully sensing it, they realized that it was fate that was running through the ground. They were shocked. This was the first time they had seen fate running through the ground, and they had no idea what was going on. Long. But at this moment, the sky suddenly turned black. The whole 5th level was also turning black, as if night had fallen. What's going on? The 5th level is so vast and has endless universe laws. Who made the sky turn black? This is the nightless city. Someone is breaking through. It seems to be the deity level. No, it feels like the saint level. Many gods looked at the sky in shock. In the distance, the gods of the 3 godly clans were also looking at the sky with solemn expressions. Someone is breaking through. If I'm not wrong, it should be Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's strength, he can indeed create such an illusion. Quick, find Lin Ling and stop him. If he breaks through, it'll be even harder for us to stop him. Have you found out where he is? The gods of the 3 godly clans were anxious and started to search again. The Thousand Waves King stood on top of a mountain and looked ahead with narrowed eyes. His expression was even more gloomy. At the same time, a red lightning bolt suddenly appeared in the distant sky. This lightning bolt was as small as a strand of hair. If one wasn't a powerful god, they wouldn't be able to detect it. However, even though the lightning was as small as a strand of hair, the power it contained could even destroy a god-level universe. Even Universe Giant God didn't dare to underestimate it. With luck on him, Lin Ling's tribulation this time is probably the easiest one. The Thousand Waves King narrowed his eyes and said. He was even more furious. At this moment, the red lightning bolt shot towards the ground and disappeared into the distance. Found him! Someone among the 3 godly clans shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late to find him now. The Thousand Waves King sighed and didn't say a word. He led the gods to the place where the red lightning bolt landed. Everyone was in a gloomy mood. Although they found Lin Ling, what if Lin Ling broke through? If there was another great battle, who knew how many of them would die? On the other side, Lin Ling was underground. He could feel the rolling godly origin energy exploding in his body. An unprecedentedly powerful feeling was born. Of course, he couldn't be happy because he could feel a huge pressure coming towards him. It made it difficult for him to breathe and suffocate. He looked up at the sky and could faintly see a red lightning bolt the size of a strand of hair coming towards him. The lightning bolt was small, but Lin Ling knew how terrifying it was and how huge its hidden power was. However, just when Lin Ling thought it was difficult to face it, the terrifying power suddenly disappeared without any warning. The pressure also disappeared at this moment. What's going on? Isn't there a powerful deity tribulation? Lin Ling frowned. He sensed his whole body and finally smiled because he found that he had broken through. Initial stage Saint Universe Giant God. This. Lin Ling was stunned. He passed the deity tribulation just like that? Damn, there was no reaction at all. Chapter 5160. After my luck was stimulated, my luck seemed to have changed as well. Lin Ling stretched out his palm and looked at it. A powerful force was born from his body and flowed into his palm. His power of divinity had reached 40,000. His physical strength had reached the level of 30,000. If he fused his talents with Panga's body, his total strength could reach 140,000. Very strong. Now, I don't think I have many opponents among the Saint Universe Giant Gods. Also, my soul power has increased greatly, and the power of Universe 3 Extremes Break has increased greatly. Lin Ling muttered to himself as divine light burst out from his body, and his aura soared into the sky. Rumble! 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 The space shook and Lin Ling looked up. His eyes were shining as if he could see through the entire 5th level. They finally found me. I have to say they are quite fast. Lin Ling sneered and ignored them. He continued to comprehend the strength in his body. He felt that if he faced King Thousand Waves again, even if he couldn't win, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape unscathed. Lin Ling, come out. I know you are hiding here. Come out and fight with me if you dare. At this moment, the sound of angry curses blasted into the earth, attacking in a grandiose manner. Lin Ling still ignored them. On the ground, the great beings of the 3 godly clans arrived one after another. Although they knew Lin Ling was nearby, the area was too big. They couldn't find Lin Ling in a short time. This made them, who were already furious, even more furious, as if they had been sprinkled with oil. Rumble! These great beings attacked the ground to vent their anger. Bang! 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 At the same time, King Thousand Waves and the others arrived. Their faces were gloomy as they used the great universe to seal the area, not allowing Lin Ling to escape. Although Lin Ling has broken through, his strength is still inferior to ours. As long as we find him, he won't be able to escape this time. King Thousand Waves said gloomily. Rumble! The ground was attacked by the gods, and the plates were overturned. The entire 5th level seemed to have been flipped over. Such an intense scene naturally attracted the attention of many gods. They all watched from afar, filled with curiosity. They seemed to be looking for Lin Ling from 3 years ago. Lin Ling. That's right. 3 years ago, during the volcanic mountain city's karmic meet, Lin Ling took away the greatest karmic luck and even saved by Yuxing. Now, the three god clans are all looking for Lin Ling. This time, they finally found him. Looks like this Lin Ling is dead for sure. Death is inevitable. However, Lin Ling is not someone who can be easily bullied. Many gods died at his hands in the Battle of Volcanic Mountain City 3 years ago. Just wait, this battle will be extremely intense. Waves of voices drifted out, mixed with a thick sense of anticipation. However, as soon as they finished speaking, a tyrannical power soared into the sky. The ground was broken, and a beam of light shot up into the sky. A white-haired figure appeared in the beam of light. He held a god's will in each of his hands as he stared coldly at the crowd. Lin Ling had come out. Moreover, the moment he appeared, he killed 2 Saint Stage Universe gods in an instant. Lin Ling. Looking at Lin Ling, who broke out of the ground, the people from the 3 god clans were stunned. Their pupils constricted. 3 years ago, victory was in their hands. They had obtained by Yuxing, great karmic luck, and Pangu's true body. However, Lin Ling's disappearance pushed everything back 3 years. Now, seeing Lin Ling kill 3 of their gods so casually, their hatred for Lin Ling reached a critical point. Lin Ling, king of myriad waves, also stared at Lin Ling, his voice extremely low. You've broken through. Moreover, after seeing Lin Ling break through, the anger in his heart grew even stronger. King of myriad waves. Lin Ling looked coldly at King of myriad waves, his aura rising steadily. Let's see how you're going to escape this time. King of myriad waves' voice was filled with killing intent. His teeth suddenly became sharp, and his skin grew hard scales. He suddenly disappeared from where he was and reappeared in front of Lin Ling. He ruthlessly struck out with his palm. It was simple and crude. The power of a god was incomparably strong, much stronger than one could imagine. Lin Ling, you're just a junior. What qualifications do you have to obtain Panga's true body? You'd better hand it over obediently. This kind of universe essence should be obtained by the capable. King of myriad waves' sarcastic voice floated out. Lin Ling raised his head. He sensed that King of myriad waves' palm was mixed with the essence of countless divine abilities. The air was beaten into waves by him. Initial stage universe giant god. Lin Ling stretched out his palm. Powerful techniques were continuously condensing, and he slowly struck out with his fist. He's crazy. How dare he fight King of myriad waves head-on? Seeing this scene, countless gods cried out in alarm. It was undeniable that Lin Ling was very strong and had even killed Daoist Bright Spiral. However, King of myriad waves wasn't an ordinary god. In addition, he wouldn't underestimate his opponent like Daoist Bright Spiral. One must know that Lin Ling could kill Daoist Bright Spiral by catching him off guard. It didn't mean that Lin Ling could resist Daoist Bright Spiral's power of a god. Rumble. Lin Ling's fist first collided with the King of 10,000 Waves wave aura. Logically speaking, Lin Ling's arm would have been shattered by the wave alone. However, at the moment of contact, Lin Ling suddenly erupted with power. Pangu's body appeared, and his ferocious physical strength penetrated the wave and went straight for King of myriad waves' palm. With a boom, the wave seemed to have hit a reef, splashing in all directions. Gushing. Everyone's expression froze. King of myriad waves' expression also froze. Looking at Lin Ling's appearance, he seemed to be planning to fight him head-on. Although Lin Ling had broken through, he was still only at the saint level. If you use despicable means, you can still fight me. But now, you're overestimating yourself. King of myriad waves shouted angrily. He didn't believe that Lin Ling could fight him head-on even if he was beaten to death. Lin Ling sneered. His fist didn't stop. After rushing into the monstrous wave, his innate talent fused, and his body's strength reached 14 trillion. What kind of concept was this? Not to mention 140,000, even if it was 50,000, it was enough to dominate the ranks of the saint-level giant universe gods. As for 140,000, among the saint-level giant universe gods, only gods who had cultivated for countless years had such strength. The two moves, which contained the strongest attacks in the universe, finally collided. The momentum of the explosion was like a powerful godly wind that swept through the entire 5th level. The gods who were closer to the two of them were all sent flying backward by the impact, while the weaker ones were instantly killed. What? King of Myriad Waves sensed that Lin Ling's fist contained a terrifying strength, which wasn't much weaker than his. He obviously didn't expect Lin Ling's godly power to increase so much after breaking through. How did this Lin Ling cultivate? How did his strength increase so much? Increase? Could it be that he relied on Pangu's body? Chapter 5161. Lin Ling, on the other hand, laughed. He was also testing his own strength in this confrontation, and the result didn't disappoint him. Deity-grade giant universe god? I don't think so. Lin Ling said with disdain in his excitement. Lin Ling, don't talk nonsense. This sentence undoubtedly provoked King Thousand Waves deeply. He was the king of the 5th layer, and being looked down upon by a junior like this, he felt utterly humiliated. With your godly power, you're still not my match. King Thousand Waves means obviously weren't limited to this. At least among the early-stage giant gods, he was one of the best. Voila! Behind him, a shocking wave surged out, and a huge crocodile appeared. This crocodile was grayish-brown in color, and its back was covered in moss, indicating that it was incomparably old. Its eyes were blood-red as if they were burning flames. Pung ping pung! It opened its huge mouth and bit down on Lin Ling. That mouth was like a universe, sealing Lin Ling within. King Thousand Waves' godly body has appeared. Looking at this scene, everyone's morale rose. King Thousand Waves could become one of the best among the deities because he had a powerful godly body, the Green Cauldron godly crocodile body. It had existed since the beginning of the universe and the primordial chaos. After countless years, it had cultivated with the essence of the universe and finally transformed into a human. 2 huge mouths bit down from the sky and the earth. The sharp, mottled, ancient teeth could crush anything. Lin Ling, if you have the ability, take this move of mine. If you don't, then kneel down and admit defeat. A voice rushed out from the huge crocodile's mouth like a hurricane. King Thousand Waves, you're actually so proud of fighting a saint. You've disgraced your Myriad Sea clan. If you have the ability, wait until I become a deity before you speak like this. Lin Ling sensed that the great universe was closing in on him, and he immediately laughed. Nonsense. King Thousand Waves felt guilty and became even more furious. Although this move of yours is powerful, if you want to ban me, I reckon you're still a little lacking. Lin Ling said again. His majestic voice floated out, causing the 3 great clans to be silent. Facing the divine body of the Myriad Waves king, Lin Ling was actually so bold. In the entire Dao Pagoda, only Lin Ling dared to do so. Maybe he's trying to show off before he dies. An elder with the cuttlefish bloodline said. His beard was white and long, reaching the ground. It should be. The other gods nodded in agreement. At this moment, Lin Ling gazed at the alligator's mouth in the sky and on the ground. He knew that it would be difficult for him to win by relying on his own strength. Universe 3 extremes break. Lin Ling gathered his soul force and attacked. Formless cosmic rays swept out, crisscrossing each other, passing through the huge crocodile's mouth and attacking the soul of the Myriad Waves king. Boom! The Myriad Waves king's soul seemed to have been hit by a heavy hammer. If it weren't for his powerful soul force and his divine body, his soul would have been seriously injured. Is this the method you used to kill Daoist Bright Spiral? An angry voice spurted out. The Myriad Waves king was angry because he knew that Lin Ling also had a hidden trump card that hadn't been used. He originally thought that he could rely on his basic strength to trigger Lin Ling's trump card, but the result disappointed him. Buzz, 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 buzz. His soul kept roaring, causing the Myriad Waves king's mind to go blank. At this moment, the sword of faith appeared in Lin Ling's hand. He looked at the alligator's closed mouth and fiercely slashed. The dazzling light in the pitch-black alligator's mouth was like a dazzling comet. Under this sword, the alligator's mouth was cut open. At this moment, in the mountains and rivers outside, countless gods stared at the sky and saw that the huge alligator's mouth was closing. But at this moment, a sword light arrived and cut open the closed mouth. "It's Lin Ling." People's voices were solemn. They should have been shocked, but perhaps because Lin Ling had repeatedly fought against those of a higher level, they were somewhat numb. Now, they only wanted to know if Lin Ling could really fight against the Myriad Waves King at full strength. "Lin Ling, you want to escape? Dream on." The Myriad Waves King's mind went blank, but he could sense that Lin Ling wanted to escape unscathed, so he once again erupted with power. However, he finally realized how terrifying Lin Ling's world's will was. It could actually cut open his great universe. One had to know that his previous attack didn't only explode with his divine body, but also his great universe. Rumble. The huge alligator's mouth was closing and the sword of faith was constantly cutting, but the Myriad Waves King's universe was too powerful. Every time Lin Ling cut it open, the universe would quickly recover. This meant that Lin Ling's sword could cut open the universe, but the Myriad Waves King's universe recovered very quickly. What a powerful universe! Of course, this divine body is also powerful. My sword can't kill it at all. Lin Ling finally tasted the power of a deity-grade universe giant. He said, "Myriad Waves King, didn't you always want to know where Bai Yuxing is? He's in my universe. Today, I'll show you my universe. Whether you can take Bai Yuxing away will depend on your ability." Lin Ling mobilized his universe to fight against the huge alligator's mouth. Rumble. With a slash of his sword, the huge alligator's mouth was cut open, and the universe was divided. However, in the blink of an eye, the huge alligator's mouth was once again restored. But at this moment, Lin Ling's universe arrived and attacked the gap. A perfect Six Realms universe. Almost at the same time, the Myriad Waves King sensed Lin Ling's universe and was shocked again. Looking at that universe, it wouldn't be long before it stepped into the ranks of the 5 realms. Shio. The combination of the Sword of Faith and Lin Ling's universe finally widened the gap. At the same time, a figure rushed out of the huge alligator's mouth and then floated in the distance. It was Lin Ling. With the help of his 3 trump cards, Lin Ling finally received a move from the Myriad Waves King. The huge mouth of the Myriad Waves King finally closed, sealing off all life forms in the universe. However, he also sensed that Lin Ling had retreated unscathed. Instead, his soul was slightly damaged by the universe's 3 extremes break. He stared at Lin Ling with a ferocious look in his eyes. The people from the 3 major godly clans were also looking at Lin Ling with complicated expressions. Lin Ling, an initial stage Saint Giant Universe god, was able to resist a deity-grade universe giant and retreat unscathed. One had to admit that this was a huge miracle. For a moment, the atmosphere froze. Everyone looked at Lin Ling, including the Myriad Waves King. "Lin Ling, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over Bai Yuxing, and we'll forget about everything else." The Myriad Waves King knew that if he wanted to capture Lin Ling, he would have to put in a lot of effort, so he compromised. "Do you think it's possible?" Lin Ling said with a faint smile. "Fine, this is your choice. We'll fulfill your wish." The Myriad Waves King didn't intend to rely on himself to fight Lin Ling. He wanted to call on the power of the 3 races. "Myriad Waves King will help you." The deity-grade universe giant gods of the 3 races understood. Even if they were shameless, they had to kill Lin Ling here. I, Lin Ling, came from the Xian sect since ancient times and defeated countless enemies. Do you think you can make me compromise by joining forces? Chapter 5162. Lin Ling was no longer the same as before. He was no longer afraid of the combined forces of the 3 great divine races and the king of myriad waves. After his strength had broken through, his confidence had also increased. Even though he knew that this battle would definitely not be easy, he was still enjoying this feeling of being able to fight to the fullest. The 12 divine races were the kings of the second half of the Tao Pagoda. Only by stepping over them could one reach the top of the Tao Pagoda and dominate the universe. Come and fight. Let me see how powerful you 3 divine races are. Lin Ling's aura was constantly stimulated. He was like an indomitable giant. The 3 divine races were also adjusting their battle state. They did not dare to underestimate Lin Ling. They knew that many of them would die in this battle. Of course, The final result would be that Lin Ling would be sealed by the three divine races. A great battle was about to break out. The gods in the distance were watching this scene. They knew that the fifth level, which had been immersed for many years, had finally ushered in an earth-shattering battle. However, although Lin Ling's strength was very strong, they still believed that Lin Ling would lose this battle. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, 3 consecutive explosions rang out. The space under Lin Ling's feet collapsed and the airflow exploded. This was formed by the divine power and physical strength attacking the space. It meant that Lin Ling was ready to attack. Bang. Another explosion. The airflow was like a torrent. Lin Ling disappeared from where he was. The terrifying thing was that he was gliding on the ground like a meteorite. His speed could be seen, but it was difficult to catch up to him. This speed was so terrifying that it could penetrate the universe. Lin Ling, how dare you? A burly god from the mountain push gang rushed out. Under his feet was a huge blood-red rune that was 10 meters wide. He suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a burst of brilliance. Rumble. In midair, a huge divine mountain appeared. It was an ice mountain that crashed forward. Behind the divine mountain was the god. He was pushing the mountain, and his appearance happened to be on Lin Ling's path. Obviously, he had seen through Lin Ling's flight path. Swoosh! The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and a power of 14 trillion was slashed out. The entire divine mountain was slashed apart, but suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and the divine mountain recovered. This meant that the god who had attacked was at the level of a giant universe god. Bang! Lin Ling's expression was normal as he punched out again. When his fist hit the divine mountain, he used the momentum to fly back and then rush towards the ground. He swung the sword in his hand viciously, and the sound of firecrackers rang out. A large number of gods were killed. Lin Ling, don't you dare! The god from the mountain push faction roared. He knew that Lin Ling wanted to kill the weakest one. The king of myriad waves and the other experts also narrowed their eyes and activated all their techniques. Billowing smoke filled the air as the powerful godly bodies of the gods descended and joined forces to suppress Lin Ling. But in the process, many gods from the 3 great god clans were killed. This made the spectators in the distance shake their heads. Lin Ling wanted to fight to the death. Lin Ling, the host body of the world's will, was chased by Dipankara Buddha when he was in the Dao realm. I didn't expect his strength to increase so much after entering the Dao pagoda. The powerhouses of the Tooth race were also watching from afar. They had no intention of taking action. The Dao Palace master shook his head inwardly. The 9 stars of the universe, the 9 great world wills, these were all supernovas. They were also the most qualified to overthrow the rule of the latter half of the Dao pagoda. They were the ones who had reached the peak of the Dao pagoda. They were also the outstanding talents of the later era. In fact, apart from Lin Ling and the other hosts of the world's will, there were also many fierce characters from the 9 stars of the universe. They were like revolutionaries in the latter half of the Dao pagoda, challenging the ancient gods and testing their fates. Father, can Lin Ling win? Beside him, Dao Palace Master Wu Dao's daughter asked. Little Xian, Lin Ling is the host body of the world's will, so he won't die so easily. However, if he wants to win, it will be very difficult. In the end, even if many people from the 3 great god races die, Lin Ling will still be sealed. Dao Palace Master Wu Dao said. His eyes suddenly flashed as he thought of the woman he saw that day. Unless she comes to help. On the other side, several gods from the Rot race were watching with cold expressions. They hoped that Lin Ling would be killed here. Similarly, there were several gods from the Silver Moon race. After all, this was not their territory, so they didn't intervene. Of course, with their strength, they might not be Lin Ling's match. Set up the great universe. At this moment, Thousand Waves King saw Lin Ling brutally killing his clan members. He hurriedly called upon the experts of the other 2 races to set up the great universe. This time, it wasn't the god-level giant universe gods who were setting up the great universe, but all the gods of the 3 races. As long as they had a universe, they would mobilize all of them to seal this part of the world. These god races can actually merge the universe. Lin Ling killed more than 10 gods with one slash of his sword. His soul power also sensed the terrifying ripples of the universe. This universe was too strong. As long as one was within it, their strength would be completely suppressed as if they were controlled by someone. It seemed that the most important thing now was to kill more gods and weaken their universe. Rumble. However, at this moment, a sandstorm blew over from afar. Two figures walked over from the vast land. Their pace wasn't fast, but they had a powerful aura. Every step they took seemed to trample on the hearts of everyone present. Subconsciously, a large number of people turned around to look. Who is it? Some people swallowed their saliva, feeling incomparably suppressed. To be able to cause such a feeling, it meant that the person who came was incomparably powerful. Moreover, although the speed of these two people was not fast, they had a magical power. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of people's eyes and entered the battlefield. The person walking in front was wearing a large cloak. Suddenly, he took off the cloak on his body. It was actually a woman. She stretched out one hand, and a bamboo shoot appeared in her palm. It slowly grew and turned into an emerald green bamboo. At the same time, her figure also grew and became hunchbacked. With a bang, her clothes were torn apart, and white hair grew. She roared at the sky and gradually turned into a huge white ape. The bamboo in her hand also grew and thickened, turning into a huge green bamboo pillar. Boom! She held the bamboo with both hands and suddenly smashed the sealed world. With a cracking sound, the entire universe was shattered. In the universe, the King of Thousand Waves and the others all looked outside, and their expressions changed drastically. Even Lin Ling frowned. Where did this huge white ape come from? It actually broke the universe with one move. Suddenly, Lin Ling saw an acquaintance. It was the 12-winged young god. At this moment, she was standing in the distance and looking at him excitedly. Lin Ling could not help but look at the white ape. Could it be Senior Sister? On the 5th level, the 12-winged young god did not know anyone other than Senior Sister. Moreover, she was such a powerful expert. Unless it was Qing Zhu. How did Senior Sister become a white ape? Could this be her divine body? She's so strong. Lin Ling was shocked. All along, Qing Zhu had given him a very peaceful feeling. Her strength seemed to be on par with Lin Ling's, but Lin Ling always had a thought in his heart. Senior Sister was not as simple as she seemed on the surface. Chapter 5163. The gods of the three godly races couldn't block it at all. Their godly energy was like paper in front of that huge pillar. What was strange was that the white ape wasn't strong, but his godly energy was incomparably huge. You're courting death. Thousand Waves King roared, stepped on the sea, and attacked the white ape. A huge crocodile mouth appeared behind him and bit the white ape. The white ape roared, and the green bamboo swept past, hitting the crocodile's mouth until it rolled in the air. It was terrifying. What a powerful guy. He can actually fight Thousand Waves King head-on. People were shocked. Even someone as strong as Lin Ling could only take one powerful move from Thousand Waves King, but this mysterious white ape could and even swept the other party away. Evil creature, listen to my voice. A lady from the 9 Conch clan floated out, holding a 9 void abalone shell, and blew out a godly sound. Colorful ribbons appeared in the sky, forming a powerful illusory world. However, the white ape hammered his chest and roared. The sound waves rushed to the sky and broke through the illusory world. The 9 void abalone shell in the hands of the 9 Conch clan lady suddenly cracked and turned into ashes. Once the 9 void abalone shell broke, the lady immediately spat out blood. She was clearly injured. Most importantly, her strength was at the godly level. 9 Void Palace Lord has also been defeated. People in the distance were all shocked. The remaining people of the 3 godly races also felt that things were not going well. The white ape fought against several godly universe gods and actually had the upper hand. Senior Sister is so strong. When Lin Ling saw the Thousand Waves King being beaten back, he was also shocked. Then he left. With Senior Sister's help, Bai Yuxing could be saved safely. After all, he could see that the defeat of the three godly races was only a matter of time. Lin Ling, it's not over yet. But at this moment, the 12-winged young god transmitted his voice. It's not over yet? Lin Ling frowned and looked into the distance. He saw rolling dark clouds coming. After careful inspection, he realized that it was dark qi. Another strong one has come. Judging from his strength, he's not weaker than Thousand Waves King. The 5th level is getting more and more lively. Lin Ling didn't expect that there would be a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. The battlefield had changed once again. Qingzhu, are you admitting defeat by running away? I'm telling you, the battle isn't over yet. Within the dark clouds, a cold voice sounded out. At the same time, a massive eye appeared, sweeping across the land. Countless people's hairs stood on end as if they had been targeted by the underworld god. 9 stars of the universe, young Master Ming. Lin Ling immediately thought of the battle between his senior sister and young Master Ming not long ago. That battle was incomparably intense and lasted for a very long time. He reckoned that after senior sister knew about his safety, she immediately gave up the battle and came to help. Once senior sister left, young Master Ming naturally followed her. As for young Master Ming, Lin Ling had met him in the 1st level. At that time, young Master Ming was already very strong. Later, because of the arrival of Lin Ling, young Master Ming gave face and let Lin Ling go. My strength is no longer the same as before, but young Master Ming's strength is also increasing. Lin Ling watched quietly, the flames of war rising in his heart. Young Master Ming was one of the 9 stars of the universe and also a comet in the latter half of the Dao Pagoda. Sooner or later, he and young Master Ming would clash. Now that young Master Ming was so strong, how could Lin Ling lose to him? It's you? At this moment, young Master Ming also saw Lin Ling. He suddenly laughed out loud. Ha! You ruined my plan in the 1st level. I haven't gotten my revenge yet. But for Ning Qingxin's sake, I won't kill you. Of course, I will teach you a lesson. Of course, I'll still teach you a lesson. After the voice floated out, the dark clouds turned into a vortex, rolling towards the ground like a tornado, turning into a young man. The young man's face was pale, and he wore a brown robe. His hands were behind his back, and he had an aura of supremacy. All the gods on the 5th level looked at the young man, but no one recognized his origin. After all, if a powerful god passed through the 5th level, most of them wouldn't stay for too long. The destiny of the 5th level couldn't attract them. This time, in addition to the white ape, he saw another powerhouse. The King of Thousand Waves and the others were still fighting the white ape. After seeing the newcomer, they felt lucky that he wasn't here to help. Green bamboo, why is a small crocodile stopping you? This isn't your style. At this moment, young Master Ming looked at the white ape and said calmly. What? The white ape roared, but didn't pay much attention. Young Master Ming didn't want to take advantage of green bamboo. He looked at Lin Ling again. Not bad, in just a few years, you've stepped into the saint level. I always thought you would die in the 1st half of the Dao Pagoda. As a senior, I should give you some pointers. Young Master Ming didn't know what Lin Ling had experienced. After all, he had been in the middle of the Dao Pagoda. In addition, he had encountered many powerhouses. How could he pay attention to Lin Ling's strength? I've seen the great god of Spirit Nation. That guy's strength is very strong. He's ranked 3rd among the world's will hosts. You, a junior, are still a little weak. Young Master Ming slowly stretched out his right hand, as if Lin Ling could only make him use one hand. Lin Ling, be careful. This person's underworld reincarnation is very strong. If the god of the underworld is regarded as the god who controls the underworld, then this person controls reincarnation. At this moment, Green Bamboo's voice appeared in Lin Ling's mind. Lin Ling nodded and concentrated. Although he knew that young Master Ming didn't have any hostility toward him, young Master Ming seemed to want to teach him a lesson. In this regard, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't allow himself to be captured without a fight. Thinking of this, Lin Ling said lightly, "Young Master Ming, among the 9 stars of the universe, I've met many people, including the god of the underworld. I don't know who is more powerful, You or the real master of the underworld? Presumptuous. I'm the master of the underworld. She's not the god of the underworld. Young Master Ming suddenly became angry. He didn't seem to get along with the god of the underworld. He said, "Junior, you don't know how to speak. Kneel down." He pointed a finger, and a total of 36 bronze gates appeared in the sky. They turned into reincarnation and suppressed the 8 desolates. My reincarnation, those who haven't died yet are all afraid and controlled. The bronze gates slowly opened, and a powerful aura spread out, causing the gods present to panic. They felt as if they were already dead and were being brought into the bronze gates into the underworld. Impossible, I'm clearly still alive. Many people's faces darkened. Even if they saw through everything in front of them, they still couldn't change their minds. After a person died, everything dissipated. Even gods weren't an exception. After everything dissipated, it meant that their strength no longer existed. Only ghosts were left, and they were controlled by reincarnation. No, I'm still alive. Many people held their heads and knelt on the ground in pain. Sweat poured down like rain. Seeing this, young Master Ming laughed heartily. It was as if he was the master of the underworld. Chapter 5164. Young Master Ming was completely stunned when he saw this scene. The bronze gate he had released was a power unique to his star of the universe. It could kill gods in all aspects, including the body, soul, and mind. Although he had not fully mastered this power of the star of the universe, it was enough to affect the giant gods below the god level. However, Lin Ling was fine. Everyone was afraid of death and reincarnation. As long as they were afraid, they would be affected. Why was Lin Ling fine? At this moment, Lin Ling was also stunned. At first, he did feel a mysterious power, but this power was very familiar. It seemed to be the power that was washed away by the underworld after he died. Yes, it was the power after he died. However, Lin Ling had returned from the underworld alive. He was not afraid of this power. He could not understand the fear others felt toward this power. Of course, young Master Ming was one of the 9 stars of the universe after all. He was also someone who could fight with Senior Sister. He did not dare to underestimate him. Young Master Ming, why don't you attack? Lin Ling frowned and asked. Attack? Young Master Ming, who was in a daze, felt disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. He had already attacked and used the ultimate move that made him famous. Didn't he see the fear on the others' faces? They had lost the ability to fight. Lin Ling must be doing this on purpose. Lin Ling, I didn't expect someone as insignificant as you to have such power. Don't be so arrogant. Young Master Ming shouted angrily. Hearing this, Lin Ling was a little surprised. He asked, Have you already attacked? Why are you so weak? Young Master Ming was speechless. He had no words to refute. He had come arrogantly and looked down on Lin Ling like a senior. In the end, his ultimate move had no effect on Lin Ling. This was a disgrace to the underworld. Rumble. At this moment, Green Bamboo was still fighting with the King of Thousand Waves. When it saw this, it also let out a loud roar with joy and excitement. When young Master Ming heard this, he immediately knew that Green Bamboo was mocking him. The King of Thousand Waves and the others were shocked. They all thought that young Master Ming was going easy on Lin Ling otherwise. With young Master Ming's powerful strength, how could it be ineffective against Lin Ling? At this moment, young Master Ming opened more bronze doors, causing the nearby gods to kneel down. Their bodies went soft as if they had seen death. Green Bamboo stared at Lin Ling again and realized that Lin Ling was indeed not afraid. In the end, he also gave up. Now, young Master Ming's most famous move was ineffective against Lin Ling. Although he could rely on his powerful divine energy to defeat Lin Ling, he could not bring himself to do so. After thinking for a while, young Master Ming looked at White Ape who was still fighting and said coldly, Green Bamboo, our battle is not over yet. I will wait for you to come and find me. After saying this, young Master Ming took a big step and disappeared on the spot. He's gone. Looking at young Master Ming, who was supposed to be his helper but failed to gain any advantage against Lin Ling, the people from the three major celestial races turned pale. Once young Master Ming left, they would be in trouble. Sure enough, Lin Ling looked at the three major celestial races with his cold eyes. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and he attacked crazily. Lin Ling, how dare you! The King of Thousand Waves was suppressed by green bamboo and could only watch as Lin Ling slaughtered the people from the three major celestial races. Lin Ling, do you really want to offend the 12 major celestial races? An elder from the Mountain Push Party said angrily. What a joke! Do you think that I haven't offended many celestial races? The Silver Moon race, the Rotten race, and the three major celestial races are nothing. Lin Ling took people's lives with his sword. Gradually, more and more gods fell. The three major celestial races that dominated the 5th level had their numbers dwindling continuously. The distant gods shook their heads inwardly as they watched this scene. The 4 major celestial races dominated the 5th level, but today, only the Tooth race was left. Especially Daoist Palace Master. He had never thought that there would only be one celestial race left in the 5th level. He had never thought that with just Lin Ling and that mysterious woman, the 3 major celestial races would be annihilated. Especially that mysterious woman. She was so strong that she could fight against several deity-level giant cosmos gods without losing. That mysterious woman and Lin Ling were 2 ferocious people that couldn't be provoked. I'm so angry. The King of Thousand Waves was beaten until he was forced to retreat, but his life force was strong and he didn't die. It was only when the giant cosmos gods of the other 2 races were killed that the King of Thousand Waves finally decided to retreat. Lin Ling, we, the Myriad Sea race, must avenge this debt. After having one of his tails broken by the white ape, the King of Thousand Waves turned into rolling seawater and surged into the distance, gradually disappearing without a trace. The white ape didn't chase after him. Instead, he pounced on the remnants and wiped them all out. Finally, he began to recover his body and walked toward Lin Ling. Junior brother. Qing Zhu called out with a smile. After wiping out the remaining celestial races, Lin Ling happily walked toward his senior sister. Without her help, Lin Ling wouldn't have died, but he would have been in a difficult situation. Junior brother, congratulations on your breakthrough. From now on, this Dao Pagoda has another powerful saint. Qing Zhu sized up Lin Ling and was happy for Lin Ling. She then asked, where's Bai Yuxing? He's recuperating in my universe. Come, let's find a quiet place for the couple to reunite. Lin Ling said with a smile. He called out to the 12-winged Yang god in the distance and left. After a long time, Lin Ling and the other 2 appeared in a relatively remote empty city. They were still in a happy mood. After all, they had now completed the task given by their master. At the same time, Bai Yuxing's woman was also released by the 12-winged Yang god, and so was Bai Yuxing. Lin Ling found a relatively quiet manner and let them stay here. Thank you, thank you. Bai Yuxing's woman constantly thanked Lin Ling and the others. Although she didn't know Lin Ling, it was a great favor for reuniting them. Take good care of him. Lin Ling didn't say much and left the manor. This small city doesn't have any luck, so there aren't many celestial races here. Let's rest here for the time being. Qing Zhu checked the small city and then said to Lin Ling with ease. In the following days, the 3 of them continued to familiarize themselves with the small city. In the end, when they saw that there were no powerful beings, they gradually relaxed their vigilance. They didn't leave. First, they waited for Bai Yuxing to recover. Second, they used the luck unique to the 5th level to cultivate. During this period, the 12-winged Yang god repeatedly participated in the fate martial meetings. His strength had improved greatly, and he now had 16 wings. Although Lin Ling also participated in the fate martial meetings, because his realm had reached the early stage of the Saint realm, the luck he obtained was getting less and less. After several years of participating in the fate martial meetings, Lin Ling finally returned to the small city. He looked around and found that the small city was more lively than the last time he was here. After checking, Lin Ling found that there was primordial energy flowing under the small city. It seemed to be giving birth to luck. Chapter 5165. My cultivation level is gradually stabilizing. My divine power and fleshly body strength have both increased slightly. Lin Ling walked casually in the small city. To his surprise, he did not sense the presence of his senior sister. He guessed that she had temporarily left for some reason. Then, Lin Ling checked on Bai Yuxing and found that his woman was not in the city. However, Lin Ling was used to it, because in the past few years, while waiting for Bai Yuxing to wake up, his woman often left to participate in the Destiny Martial Meet. It seemed that she wanted to increase her strength and protect Bai Yuxing. Now, she probably went to participate in the Destiny Martial Meet. Hey, it's her. Walking casually, Lin Ling suddenly found an acquaintance and said in surprise, "Why is she on the 5th floor?" In her eyes, a group of young men and women were walking along the small city, talking and laughing. They looked very happy. The strength of this group of people was extremely good, and compared to the gods of the Dao Tower, they lacked a bit of bloodthirsty killing intent. Lin Ling instantly guessed that they were probably from the Chaos Realm. After all, the gods of the Chaos Realm were stronger, but because there were powerful sovereigns guarding above their heads, the killing was much less than in the Dao Tower. Of course, this was secondary. The main thing was that Lin Ling knew one of the girls. She was Feng Moyang, who had saved Lin Ling in the Chaos Realm. Lin Ling knew that Feng Moyang and the others would enter the Dao Tower sooner or later, but he did not expect it to be so early. Moreover, their strength was indeed amazing. They had entered the 5th floor in a short period of time. One had to know that every time Lin Ling and the others went through a level, they would experience a lot of life and death battles. I really envy these gods from the Chaos Realm. Lin Ling secretly laughed. With great strength, one could smoothly move forward. Of course, the advantage was that it was convenient. The disadvantage was that it lacked twists and turns, and the foundation was not solid. This was extremely disadvantageous for the later half of the Dao Tower. While thinking, Lin Ling walked towards Feng Moyang. After all, they knew each other, so Lin Ling wanted to greet them. This Dao Tower is not as terrifying as I imagined. It's very simple. Senior brother Yu is still the best. Without him, we wouldn't have been able to proceed so smoothly. Of course, with senior brother Yu's strength, he is now qualified to enter the 8th floor of the Dao Tower. He is protecting us because we are all from the chaotic realm. Before he even got close, he could hear waves of joyous voices drifting over. These young men and women were looking at a young man with adoration. That young man was wearing a jade green robe. He was as handsome as jade and was very powerful. Junior Sister Feng, your master can be considered half of my martial uncle. Therefore, in this Dao Pagoda, no matter what, I will protect you. The young man enjoyed the flattery of his junior brothers and then looked at a young girl and said, the girl was very beautiful. Although she wasn't tall, she gave off a petite and dainty feeling. Most importantly, she had a pure and holy aura. And she was Feng Moyang. However, Feng Moyang's reaction towards the youth's greeting was very calm. He smiled and said, "Thank you, senior apprentice brother Yu." In fact, she wanted to roam alone. After all, her master had said that although the descendants of the 8 great god generations were very strong and talented, they were too weak in actual combat. They were gods who grew up under the halo of the sect. Although the sect often let them gain experience and arranged for them to explore all kinds of dangerous secret realms, but the danger of the Dao Tower was still incomparable. Now that senior apprentice brother Yu had volunteered to protect them, it undoubtedly made them lack the training of life and death battles. "Hey, it's you!" Suddenly, Feng Moyang saw the white-haired youth walking over and his heart suddenly exploded. "Junior Sister Feng, you know him?" The surrounding people were also shocked. These gods from the chaotic realm generally didn't know the gods of the Dao Tower. Even if they did, they would be existences of Mount Tai and Northern Dipper. That white-haired youth was obviously not an existence of Mount Tai and Northern Dipper. Who is this person? Junior Sister Feng actually knows him? Senior apprentice brother Yu also frowned. "Feng Moyang, I didn't expect to meet you here." The person who walked over was Lin Ling. He smiled and said, "How are you?" "Good." Feng Moyang smiled and nodded. There was a sentence in her heart that she didn't say. She came for Lin Ling because she felt that she owed Lin Ling an apology. In fact, on the third and fourth floor, she had heard of Lin Ling's name. It was because of this that she rushed to the fifth floor. However, when she saw Lin Ling with her own eyes, she couldn't say the apology in her heart. She didn't know why. Junior sister Feng, who is he? Master said that the gods of the Dao Tower are very cunning. Be careful not to be deceived. The young men and women on the side chattered. Unfortunately, Feng Moyang didn't listen to a single word. Don't talk nonsense. This is Lin Ling, Feng Moyang's former husband in the chaotic realm. A few of the girls were from the same sect as Feng Moyang and naturally recognized Lin Ling. Junior sister Feng's husband? Everyone exclaimed. That senior brother Yu's pupils constricted. He heard that someone had proposed marriage to Feng Moyang. It was Hua Jichu. This person was not only powerful, he also had a strong backing. It was just that he was interrupted by a brat midway. He didn't expect it to be this person in front of him. He couldn't help but size up Lin Ling. He discovered that Lin Ling was only a Saint Universe giant god. With such strength, how could he be worthy of Feng Moyang? Could it be that there was some secret behind his marriage with Feng Moyang? Senior brother Yu kept thinking. He was clear that Feng Moyang's origin was extraordinary. She was from one of the 8 great god clans and was no small matter. And when Feng Moyang heard the conversation of her senior brothers, her small face blushed. She was so shy that she didn't dare to face anyone. After all, these senior brothers were all saying that Lin Ling was her husband. Everyone, don't misunderstand. I have already dissolved my relationship with Feng Moyang. We are just friends. Lin Ling took the initiative to explain. After all, ever since he left the chaotic realm, he had cut off his relationship with Feng Moyang. Ah, there's such a thing? It was clear that this was the first time the others heard of it. Feng Moyang was so angry that she stomped her feet. This Lin Ling was completely unaware that she came for Lin Ling. That's right, I have already dissolved my relationship with him. However, since Lin Ling had said so, Feng Moyang naturally didn't want to thicken her skin and continue pestering him. She was ultimately a girl and had her reservations. What's going on? Why did they dissolve their marriage without any reason? Could it be that this Lin Ling has some unspeakable secret? Feng Moyang's senior brothers were all suspicious. Feng Moyang's status and character were both not bad. Ordinary men who could get her would be eager to spend their entire lives together with her. Who would be willing to give her up? It must be that Feng Moyang didn't want Lin Ling anymore. And the reason was that Lin Ling's character was definitely very bad. I reckon this Lin Ling isn't some good person. He must have some motives for getting close to junior sister Feng. That senior brother Yu suddenly laughed. Chapter 5166. After Lin Ling left the Chaos Realm, he did not intend to explain anything. Moreover, back then in the Chaos Realm, Feng Moyang had always misunderstood him, so it was not a big deal. Unfortunately, he did not know that Feng Moyang already knew everything. That's right, Lin Ling is a villain. But at this time, a deep voice suddenly sounded. A figure walked over from the front. It was Bai Yuxing. When Bai Yuxing saw Lin Ling, his expression was extremely cold and even filled with disgust. He had just woken up and did not know what had happened. He only remembered that Lin Ling had also joined the Nine Conch clan and was one of the members who had annihilated him. In the end, he and Lin Ling were friends. However, Lin Ling had betrayed him. This made him hate Lin Ling to the extreme. Sir, what do you mean by this? Seeing Bai Yuxing walk over, senior brother Yu immediately asked curiously. Senior brother Yu's name was Spiritual Master Yu Lin, and he came from Kunlun's Jade Clear territory. This was one of the deities of the Primal Chaos Realm, and he was born in the Primal Chaos Realm. He had never experienced any great calamity of the will of the world, and was a deity of the later generation. Even so, he was born in the most powerful god generation, so his cultivation speed was very fast. Therefore, deep in his heart, he had always looked down on the gods of the Dao Pagoda. He believed that those who came from the Chaos Realm were the true gods. The gods of the Dao realm were just third-rate, those with impure bloodline. And he was clear about Feng Moyang's origin. She was also a descendant of the god generation. Most importantly, such a noble goddess was actually related to a Dao realm god. He naturally felt uncomfortable. It must be a misunderstanding. It's not like that. Feng Moyang suddenly said. Originally, she was in a good mood when she saw Lin Ling again. However, Lin Ling's cold attitude made her very unhappy. He stared at her as if he was looking at a stranger. Therefore, she did not speak up for Lin Ling before. But in the end, she still knew that Lin Ling was not such a person. She owed Lin Ling an apology. In any case, she felt that other than herself, no one was allowed to talk about Lin Ling. Junior sister Feng? Senior apprentice brother, you looked at Feng Moyang in surprise. Feng Moyang took the initiative to defend this man? Junior martial sister Feng, don't be deceived by these filthy gods. People who are not from the primal chaos realm are not arrogant. Their blood is filthy. Senior martial brother Yu frowned. Hearing this, Lin Ling's face darkened. He had seen Feng Moyang's friend before, so he had greeted him. But this person's words were very rude. No. Feng Moyang continued to explain. Junior sister Feng, listen to senior brother Yu. He has been in the Dao Pagoda for a long time and knows that the gods of this Dao Pagoda are mostly sewer rats. They are indeed filthy. That's right. You see, he's only an early-stage St. Cosmos giant god, so he's definitely not very strong. For the sake of obtaining more treasures, he's naturally deceiving others. In any case, I feel that the gods of the Dao Tower, because of their humble origins, don't have good temperaments. The gods of the primal chaos realm, on the other hand, are mostly clean, noble, and won't do anything unsightly. The others also spoke one after another, staring at Lin Ling with eyes full of disdain. Feng Moyang suddenly became anxious, but it was useless to explain. Seeing that she was young, they all thought that she was inexperienced and had been deceived by Lin Ling. The senior martial sisters who came with Feng Moyang were also defending Lin Ling, but no one listened to them. Your Excellency, it's better for you to say it. Senior martial brother Yu looked at Lin Ling with disdain and said to Bai Yusheng. Since their words were not persuasive, it was best for this god to speak. Bai Yusheng still looked at Lin Ling, his heart somewhat unable to bear it. After all, he and Lin Ling could be considered to have known each other for a while, and they had a good temper. But thinking of the battle in Volcanic Mountain City, when countless gods besieged him, he could only see the woman he loved the most. No more. At this moment, his heart was also cold. In his opinion, among those who besieged him, there must be Lin Ling. Of course, he did not think too much about why he appeared here. After all, he had just woken up and was walking around casually, and then he saw Lin Ling. I hit it off with him at first sight, and we are friends. Bai Yusheng looked coldly at Lin Ling and vented his dissatisfaction and anger towards the three god clans on Lin Ling, as if Lin Ling was their accomplice, and also a member of the three god clans. I thought that he was my only friend in the Dao Pagoda, and our friendship would last forever. Unfortunately, treasures move people's hearts. No matter how good a friendship is, it will capsize under benefits. When I was besieged, not only did he not help me, but he also joined the enemy. Instead, you joined the enemy's camp. Lin Ling, let me ask you, did you join the Nine Conch clan? Bai Yusheng spoke louder and louder, and Lin Ling looked at him indifferently, not saying a word. How despicable! This strength of a Saint Giant Universe god is probably obtained by betraying his friends. I really want to teach him a lesson. Isn't that so? What a pity. Even if he is a Saint Giant Universe god, so what? He is no match for us at all. His strength increased by despicable means is indeed not strong enough. He is asking you a question, answer. The gods around mocked and ridiculed Lin Ling, completely looking down on him. It was as if they were looking at a swindler. No matter how much he deceived and how much his strength increased, he was still a swindler, and his strength was still so weak. Lin Ling ignored them and still looked at Bai Yusheng. Finally, he nodded. Yes, I did join the Nine Conch clan. Bai Yusheng felt a chill in his heart. Although he saw Lin Ling join the Nine Conch clan, he wanted to hear Lin Ling say that he was seeing things, and that Lin Ling did not join the Nine Conch clan at all. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's answer shattered the beautiful illusion in his heart. Lin Ling had indeed betrayed him. Lin Ling, you are very good. Bai Yusheng laughed miserably. It was rare to meet a like-minded friend, but in the end, it was like this. It seemed that he could not have friends at all. Your Excellency, are you saying that he was originally your friend, but because he coveted your treasures, he attacked you with others and besieged you? Senior brother Yu sneered and asked. Then, seeing Bai Yuxing nod, he laughed and said, Junior sister Feng, did you see that? This person came from the Dao Tower, and his character is so dirty. You have to be a good judge of character. No, he is not that kind of person. Feng Moyang shook her head anxiously. She had once misunderstood Lin Ling, but this time, she would not believe that Lin Ling was that kind of person even if she was beaten to death. Of course, it was useless for her to believe. She was most afraid that Lin Ling had misunderstood her. Junior sister Feng, you're too kind. You don't know how difficult the Dao Pagoda is. In order to become stronger, the gods here will use any means. Killing people, stealing treasures, cheating and kidnapping. He walked together with you because he coveted your treasures. Really? What a pity. Dirty is still dirty. He doesn't know that he has to rely on himself to increase his strength. He relied on improper means, and his heart of eternity was also affected. Now, he is only an early-stage Saint Universe giant god. This is the proof. Chapter 5167. The others were also disdainful, as though they were gods looking down on rats in the sewers. Bai Yuxing couldn't bear to hear those harsh words. However, when he thought about what had happened to him, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. If he didn't know Lin Ling and Lin Ling attacked him, he wouldn't be so resentful. But he really treated Lin Ling as a close friend. He couldn't accept being betrayed by a close friend. Lin Ling, quickly tell them that this is a misunderstanding. Feng Mo Yang felt heartache for Lin Ling. Those words were like daggers stabbing into her heart, making her anxious. However, Lin Ling's expression was very calm. He glanced at all the ugly faces. Strangely, he couldn't feel any anger. First, these people were Feng Mo Yang's friends. Second, these people were only late-stage Saint Universe gods. They were like ants. Who would care about being pointed at by ants? Lin Ling had fought 3 godly races. Other than deity universe gods, who could enter his eyes. Of course, although he didn't care, he was still impatient. Finally, his gaze fell on Bai Yuxing and he sighed. He didn't expect Bai Yuxing to misunderstand him. He wanted to explain, but after thinking about it, he let it go. He had received a request from his teacher to help Bai Yuxing once, and this request had been completed. Perhaps when they met again in the future, Bai Yuxing would already be his teacher's disciple. By then, any misunderstanding would have been cleared. And if Bai Yuxing wasn't qualified to be his teacher's disciple, then he might not see Bai Yuxing again in his life. Since that was the case, a misunderstanding was a misunderstanding. I have nothing to say, Feng Mo Yang. This Dao Pagoda isn't easy to walk on. Be careful. I'm leaving. Lin Ling turned and left. Senior sister and the 12-winged Yang god weren't in the town, and Bai Yuxing had already woken up. There was no point in staying. Lin Ling. Seeing Lin Ling turn and leave, Feng Mo Yang felt her heart break. The apology she suppressed in her heart couldn't be spoken for a long time. She knew that she had once again hurt Lin Ling's heart. Unfortunately, she was completely unaware that Lin Ling didn't care about all of this at all. Just like when he was in the chaos dimension all those years ago, he didn't care even if everyone misunderstood him. After all, they'd only met by chance. Feng Moyang wanted to chase after Lin Ling so that Lin Ling wouldn't leave, but in the end, she couldn't take a single step. This was because she didn't know what identity she should use to keep Lin Ling. After all, they were no longer husband and wife. You think you can leave just like that, you filthy rat? Senior apprentice brother Yu frowned. Originally, he wanted to see Lin Ling beg for mercy, or even smile apologetically, but Lin Ling's reaction was too calm, as if they were a group of children. Children playing around, why would an adult care? This feeling made him very uncomfortable. What right did a god with an impure bloodline have to pretend to be arrogant? Senior brother Yu. The other people's faces also darkened. They all sensed Lin Ling's mood. Stay here for me. Senior apprentice brother Yu took a step forward. exploding with a powerful aura that suppressed Lin Ling. He was a late-stage Saint Giant Cosmos god and came from the primal chaos dimension's deity generation. He believed that he could easily crush a small god in the Dao Tower. Not to mention other things, even though he didn't kill crazily during his cultivation in the deity generation, his strength had increased tremendously. He's only an early-stage Saint Giant Cosmos god. His realm is definitely unstable, and his strength is exaggerated. How can he be a match for Senior Apprentice Brother Yu? Senior Apprentice Brother Yu is an invincible existence among the Saint Giant Cosmos gods. Seeing Senior Apprentice Brother Yu make a move, the others were delighted, looking forward to the scene of Lin Ling kneeling down. Lin Ling, be careful. Feng Moyang anxiously shouted because she knew how powerful Senior Apprentice Brother Yu was. Scram! In front, Lin Ling was still moving forward. He didn't even look back, but his soft words were like the might of the heavens. A powerful aura, mixed with soul energy, fleshly body energy, and deity energy, rushed towards Senior Apprentice Brother Yu. Senior Apprentice Brother Yu only took one step forward, and when he took the second step, it was as if he was suppressed by an endless mountain, making it difficult for him to take another step forward. Cold sweat poured down his back. In a short moment, he felt as if he had been fighting for several centuries. This feeling was as if he was fighting against a deity giant cosmos god. How is this possible? He let out a low shout, and his whole body trembled as if he had a fever. With a bang, he fell to the ground and was still trembling. It was an extremely comical scene. The scene suddenly became deathly silent. With just one word, a noble god from the primal chaos dimension was smashed to the ground. This was too fast. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, especially Senior Apprentice Brother Yu. He was sweating like rain, and it was as if he had walked a circle around the cliff of death. At this moment he finally knew how strong Lin Ling was. Ironically, he had previously thought that Lin Ling was a rat in the sewers. His strength was dirty, and his realm was exaggerated. But now, it seemed that he was even worse than a rat in the sewers. He could only be called a cockroach. Lin Ling gradually walked further and further away, leaving a group of people looking at each other in dismay. At this moment, a cry of surprise was heard. Yuxing, you're awake. On the road behind him, a beautiful woman was walking quickly, her face full of surprise. When Bai Yuxing heard the familiar voice, his whole body trembled. He slowly turned around, and then saw the figure of his dreams. He suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Hey, Hengi! His voice was trembling, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Why would Hengi appear here? Wasn't she captured by the 3 deity clans? Subconsciously, Bai Yuxing rushed over and hugged the woman in white, afraid that everything was an illusion and would disappear at any time. The woman in white was also very happy. She hugged Bai Yuxing, as if she was afraid of losing him again. You're finally awake. Why are you here? Also, why am I here? Where are the 3 deity clans? What's going on? Don't worry, I know you have a lot of mysteries in your heart. I'll tell you. By the way, have you seen Lin Ling and the rest? Lin Ling, you know Lin Ling? I saw him. I chased him away. The two of them hugged and talked. However, after Bai Yuxing finished speaking, Yi's expression changed. She looked at Bai Yuxing and frowned. You chased Lin Ling away? That despicable person is my friend on the surface, but in fact, he's a lackey of the 3 deity clans. When I was in Volcanic Mountain City, I saw him join the 9 Conch clan. He must have wanted to destroy me. At that time, I was kind, so I didn't fall out with him. However, ever since I was surrounded by countless gods, I've completely thought it through. In this universe, there are no principles at all. There are only benefits. So I chided him fiercely before. It was very satisfying. Bai Yuxing laughed excitedly. Thinking of what had happened before, he still felt dripping with joy. However, he did not see that Hing, who was in front of him, trembled and her face darkened. She gritted her teeth and finally slapped Bai Yuxing hard on the face. You fool. Chapter 5168. What do you mean by this? Bai Yuxing caressed his cheek in disbelief. The woman he loved the most had slapped him? She had slapped him for Lin Ling? By Yuxing, I always thought that you were a man. I didn't expect you to be so muddle-headed. Have you ever thought about why you're here? Why am I here? Why are you safe and sound after being chased by the 3 great celestial tribes? Heng said coldly. Bai Yuxing frowned. He had always been puzzled by this question. It's Lin Ling. Heng Yi said again, you said that Lin Ling betrayed you. Do you know that when we were captured by the 3 great celestial tribes, Lin Ling secretly saved us? He even gave up his life and was surrounded in the volcanic mountain city. In the end, he faced the 3 great celestial tribes. What? Bai Yuxing exploded. Feng Moyang's body trembled. Lin Ling did not betray that man? In that battle, Lin Ling fought the 3 great celestial tribes and almost died. In the end, he survived with the help of senior sister Qing Zhu. Bai Yuxing, before you mock others, have you ever thought that they were just strangers who were willing to risk their lives for you? Do you have the cheek to mock others? We were able to reunite because of Lin Ling's help. We were able to escape from the 5th level because of Lin Ling and senior sister Qing Zhu killed all the 3 great celestial tribes on the 5th level. He said through gritted teeth. At the end of her sentence, she was so emotional that her eyes were wet. Bai Yuxing felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Lin Ling was his benefactor who had saved him and allowed him to reunite with his wife. As for him, not only did he not thank Lin Ling, he even hit Lin Ling when he was down. Slap, slap, slap. Thinking of this, he gave himself 3 hard slaps. He was not human. Quick, find Lin Ling and apologize. Brother Lin Ling is not a petty person. He will definitely forgive you. Yi hurriedly said. Bai Yuxing was moved to tears. It turned out that this ruthless universe had friends and people with principles. He was wrong. He quickly brought He to look for Lin Ling. And when Feng Moyang witnessed this scene with her own eyes, she also couldn't hold it in any longer. She no longer paid attention to her fellow disciples and went to find Lin Ling. The remaining people were all silent. After learning about Bai Yuxing's situation, they felt extremely filthy and inferior to Lin Ling's nobility. On the other side, Lin Ling was walking alone. He didn't care about what had happened before. On the contrary, he was informing the 12-winged Yang God and senior sister Qing Zhu. Lin Ling, you're back. The first to respond to Lin Ling was the 12-winged Yang God. They had agreed on a place to meet, but when they were waiting for senior sister Qing Zhu, she seemed to have been delayed by something. Lin Ling and Feng Moyang were both very puzzled. They didn't know what had happened to senior sister. They hurried to where senior sister was. After a long time, at the bottom of a magnificent mountain, powerful forces collided. Sand and stones flew everywhere. 2 figures collided in a huge light shield. One of them was Qing Zhu, and the other was an acquaintance. It was young Master Ming. Their previous battle had been interrupted. Now that they met again, naturally, neither of them was willing to admit defeat. How long have they been fighting? It seems that it has been a long time. The 12-winged Yang God said with a frown. It seems that they have to decide who is better, but I have a feeling that neither of them has used their trump cards. Lin Ling said. The 2 of them just watched quietly like this. After an unknown amount of time, a loud laugh sounded out, as expected of Qing Zhu. This strength is only stronger than mine, not weaker. Young Master Ming, you are also very good. A crisp voice came out of Qing Zhu's mouth. How about this? The battle between us probably won't be decided for more than 10 years. This battle will stop for the time being. Young Master Ming said lightly, then looked at Qing Zhu. Qing Zhu also noticed the arrival of Lin Ling and Feng Moyang, and finally nodded. The 2 of them looked at each other and counted. When the 3rd time was over, they withdrew their power at the same time and retreated at the same time. After all, their power was too strong. If one of them didn't withdraw their power, the other would definitely be injured. The reason why Qing Zhu dared to withdraw her power was mainly because Lin Ling and Feng Moyang were here. No matter what happened, Lin Ling and Feng Moyang would take care of her. Ah, Lin Ling, we meet again. After young Master Ming retreated, he looked at Lin Ling and laughed. Young Master Ming. Lin Ling greeted him. I see that the 3 of you are quite strong. Are you interested in going to the 6th level? The sixth level is the world of the gods. Ordinary gods can't go there easily. I know of a place with treasures, but it has been occupied by the gods. If the four of us join forces, we might be able to get a share. Young Master Ming suddenly laughed. Lin Ling and the others looked at each other and analyzed the authenticity of this news. After all, young Master Ming's origin was mysterious, and they didn't see him often. It was normal to be cautious. Don't worry. I, young Master Ming, have many opponents. I don't need to fight with you. Moreover, not everyone can be invited by me. At least you have to have a certain level of strength. One of you is a powerful god from the Chaos realm. One of you is the host of the will of the world, and the other is the outstanding talent of the Sun God race. You have all met my requirements. Young Master Ming laughed. What treasure is it? Qingzhu asked. The sixth level has 18 dragon mountains. There are dragon stones that are not weaker than chaos stones. This kind of treasure is rarer than fate. It is very suitable for us to cultivate. You should also know that the fate on the fifth level has a limit. If you refine too much of it, the fate will disappear. The effect will be weaker each time. If you want to increase your strength again, you can only rely on something more precious than fate. Young Master Ming said. Lin Ling, what do you think? Qingzhu immediately looked at Lin Ling, and Lin Ling pondered. He felt that young Master Ming was right. Now that they were on par with their opponents on the fifth level, fate wouldn't be of much help. It was better to move forward. Okay, we agree. Qingzhu nodded. I knew you would agree. After all, you are not like ordinary gods. Ordinary gods will only stick to the rules and think that staying on the safer fifth level will slowly increase their strength. They have no idea that in the higher levels of the Dao Tower, their strength will increase faster. After a long time, the gap between them and others will be bigger. Young Master Ming laughed. Wait, I have a few friends coming. Let's wait for them. Lin Ling suddenly realized something and immediately suggested. That's fine, but they must be very strong. If they are too weak, they will only be a burden. I will make it clear in advance. I will not forgive anyone who spoils everyone's good things. Young Master Ming was still laughing, but his voice had a touch of coldness. Chapter 5169. After a long time, several figures flew over. The one in the lead was Lei Gong. Behind him were Little Lun, Longyang, Daoist master of many treasures, and of course, Yellow Emperor and the others were also present. Lin Ling. After seeing Lin Ling, they were all delighted. Since entering the fifth floor, they had been communicating with Lin Ling, and now they finally met. Not bad, your strength has greatly increased. Lin Ling looked at them happily. He could feel the changes in their strength. Among them, Lei Gong and the others improved the most. After all, they were the hosts of the will of the world, followed by Yellow Emperor and the others. The fifth floor has a destiny martial competition. Anyone below the late stage of the universe giant god saint realm can participate. You can get a lot of destiny. Go and participate. We'll wait for you here. When you return, we'll go to the sixth floor together. Lin Ling explained his purpose and then roughly explained the characteristics of the destiny martial competition. There's such a thing? They were all very curious. After chatting with Lin Ling for a while, they all left to participate in the destiny martial competition. Ling watched them leave. He knew that after the destiny martial competition, everyone's strength would increase again. Waiting is so boring. I hope they can hurry up. Young Master Ming had seen that Lei Gong and the others were not weak, so he tacitly agreed to their participation. However, waiting was boring, so he let Lin Ling walk around casually. And Lin Ling was very surprised that young Master Ming would call him. He did not hesitate and walked with young Master Ming. They walked along the mountain range casually and chatted casually. Lin Ling, I didn't expect your strength to increase so much after meeting on the first floor. Now, the 3 godly clans on the 5th floor have been destroyed by you. In the second half of the Dao Pagoda, you finally have some fame. Young Master said vaguely with a blade of grass in his mouth. Isn't every floor of the Dao Pagoda sealed? How did they know? Lin Ling asked. The second half of the Dao Pagoda is actually another world. a world at the pinnacle of the universe, so there is a way to obtain all kinds of information. For example, which race is rising, which rising star is dominating a region, all the major god races and gods will know. Now that you've destroyed the 3 great god clans on the 5th floor, you've already entered the eyes of the myriad sea race. Killing you is inevitable. Of course, there are many comet-like gods like you in the second half of the Dao Tower, so they're only paying a little attention to you. Their main attention is not on you. Young Master Ming said with a smile. Is the second half of the Dao Pagoda so crazy? Lin Ling looked at the sky. He suddenly felt very curious about what was beyond the 5th layer. Of course, the closer you get to the end, the crazier the battle will be. Now, there are a large number of gods on the 6th floor. The 8th floor is estimated to be the core battlefield of all the gods. As for the 9th floor, no one has entered yet. Young Master Ming explained, this Dao Pagoda represents the chaotic realm of the universe. Its degree of mystery is beyond imagination. It is said that the hardships encountered on the 8th or 7th floor are beyond imagination. There is even a return to the beginning, which is to return to the deepest memory of your life, and then go through thousands of tribulations. Otherwise, why do you think no one has reached the end of the Dao Pagoda for so many years? Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. The 9th floor of the Dao Pagoda was really difficult. You can be considered to have entered later, but you've already reached the 5th floor. You should know that many gods are still lingering before the 5th floor. Moreover, a large number of gods have begun to enter the Dao Pagoda from the chaotic realm. When the time comes, the competition will be even more intense. Young Master said again. Why are you telling me this? We are obviously destined opponents. You reminded me that in the future, we will fight sooner or later. Lin Ling suddenly frowned. Ha! Young Master Ming stopped and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. Although we are destined opponents, I have more opponents. There are many people who are stronger than you. Now, you can't threaten me. Taking a step back, you can really threaten me, but your main target will not be me. Dipankara Buddha, Tongtan, they are your number 1 enemies. And I am the same. I also have my number 1 enemy among the 9 stars of the universe. Ling suddenly understood. I see. But if I'm not wrong, one of your number 1 enemies must be the underworld god. Yes, have you seen him? It's a pity that I've never met him. I've only fought against his power. After all, he hadn't really awakened at that time. Lin Ling, I've warned you before. Now, tell me what you know. It's fair. Young Master Ming spat out the grass in his mouth and looked at Lin Ling with burning eyes. Lin Ling instantly realized that young Master Ming cared a lot about the underworld god. Perhaps they were the real enemies. I don't know much about her. I only know that she is very strong and she is a woman. Lin Ling said. Underworld god asked. Young Master Ming's pupils shrank. It was the first time he heard this news. He asked solemnly, if you and I join forces, will we be her opponent? According to my intuition, 10 of you and I together may not be her opponent. Lin Ling evaluated. Hearing this, young Master Ming fell silent and continued to move forward. No one knew what he was thinking, but Lin Ling noticed that young Master Ming quietly clenched his fists. There was a sense of unwillingness in his eyes. There are many strong people in the underworld. In addition to the underworld god, there is also Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and a red-haired man. If these people enter the Dao Tower, the battle in the second half of the Dao Tower will be even more intense. You and I are just ants. Lin Ling said again. Young Master Ming came back to his senses and nodded. At this moment, he felt that he and Lin Ling were in the same boat. They were shouldering a huge mission, but there were too many strong people blocking their way forward. It made them feel incomparably small. Tongtian religious leader, Dipankara Buddha, 8 deities, and 12 god clans. Ling also looked at the sky. It was as if he saw the gathering of the strongest cosmos gods. Dipankara Buddha and the red-haired man were eyeing him covetously. There were too many. If I open all 9 great dansons, maybe I will be qualified to step into their circle. Unfortunately, I am only a Saint Cosmos god now. My realm is not high, let alone opening the final dantian. Lin Ling took a deep breath and suppressed his impetuous heart. The future was full of danger, but it made his mood surge. He was looking forward to the final battle. Day after day passed. Lei Gong and the others continued to participate in the Destiny Martial meetings. Their strength increased greatly, and they finally gathered at Lin Ling's side. Lin Ling also found time to return to the Lin Ling Cosmos to visit his grandfather and the others. He also accompanied Enyuer and the others. Unfortunately, there was still a thorn in his heart, and that was the whereabouts of Yu. He did not know why, but he always felt that Yu was by his side, but Yu was very far away. But, unfortunately, he did not know that Feng Moyang and Bai Yuxing were looking for them everywhere on the 5th floor. They even passed by Yellow Emperor and the others. It was a pity that they did not know each other and missed this opportunity. Chapter 5170. Under the ancient mountain range, a cool breeze blew past. Several figures stood there, their expressions filled with anticipation and excitement. Lei Gong, Daoist master of many treasures, Little Lun, Longyang, Lin Ling, the 5 world will hosts had gathered. They all had the power of the world will, so their strength could not be judged on the surface. Young Master Ming looked at the 5 of them indifferently and secretly nodded. During this period of time, he had also investigated them. These 5 people were very strong, at least among the saint level. There were very few who could suppress them. With this kind of strength, they would not be a burden to the 6th level. He looked at the other people. They were Qin Zhu, the 12-winged sun god, and Saint Gi. These 3 people were also extremely powerful. Among them, Saint Gi's realm was the lowest. However, Saint Gi had the powerful Eastern Emperor Bell, which surprised him quite a bit. After all, it was one of the Chaos Divine artifacts. But, unfortunately, he would not be able to control such a rare treasure. Otherwise, he might have snatched it and taken it for himself. All right, including me, there are 9 people in total. Young Master finally nodded and explained, this time, we are going to the 18 Dragon Mountains. That is one of the cores of the 6th level. It is very large and there are countless divine beasts inside. There are also all kinds of dangerous places. Legend has it that it is the back garden of the Dao Tower's owner to rear divine beasts. For such a treasure land, there are naturally countless treasures. At present, I know that there is a dragon stone. This is a treasure unique to the 18 Dragon Mountains. It has 60% of the power of a chaos stone and is very suitable for cultivation. However, there are many people fighting for the dragon stone. You might encounter many enemies. At that time, we have to be united. It would be best if we can kill the enemy. If not, we will retreat together. Hearing this, everyone nodded, but they were also curious. Young Master Ming was such an evil person. How could he be so loyal? I know what you are thinking, but you are underestimating me. Since I have called you and recognized you, I will definitely not be disloyal. Young Master Ming laughed. I believe in you. Lin Ling was the first to speak. For some reason, he felt that young Master Ming was both good and evil, but he was a person who kept his word. Everyone, take out the sound transmission talisman and leave a mark. Gather at the 18 Dragon Mountains. Remember, if you encounter an enemy that you cannot deal with, then avoid them. Young Master Ming instructed again. The 18 Dragon Mountain is considered the entrance battlefield of the 12 god races. After stepping into the 6th floor, it also means that you are fighting against the 12 god races. Be careful. She was from the Sun God clan, so she had heard a little about the 6th level. Lin Ling and the others were secretly looking forward to it. The further they went into the tower, the more gods would gather. They would definitely meet many acquaintances. Lin Ling also thought of Ning Qingxin, the Daoist child, and the others. He wondered how they were doing. Stillies, when he was weak, he encountered some gods, such as the Dragon King of the East Sea and others. Prepare the Dao Realm fragment. The young master's voice sounded again, and he gave a large number of Dao Realm shards to everyone. Dao Realm fragments could be exchanged for many treasures at the Dao Requital Celestial Realm. Unfortunately, after reaching their level, these treasures would not be of much help. This was also the reason why the gods wanted to enter the higher levels of the Dao Pagoda. Dao the realm fragment appeared in everyone's hands. What was surprising was that going to the 6th level was simple. They only needed to sense their Dao returning celestial plane. Waves of light appeared, and everyone's bodies began to shatter. Gradually, they turned into tiny rays of light and dissipated with the wind. These rays of light were very beautiful and beautiful. They spiraled towards the sky, passing through the thick primordial aura and disappearing within. After a long time, in a dense forest, light condensed and gradually turned into a person. I've arrived. This person's entire body was shining brightly, as if he was condensed from sunlight. However, the light was also gradually dissipating. He was Lin Ling. As soon as he arrived at the 6th level, he looked around and instantly felt a sense of oppression in his heart, as if he was in awe of the heavens and the universe. Lin Ling suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. He found that the sky was very blue, and there was no primordial aura. What a strange sky. There is clearly no primordial aura, but it makes me feel incomparable reverence. Could it be that this level has already formed its own universe? Lin Ling was secretly shocked. He retracted his gaze and looked around. He found that there were towering mountains and precipitous ridges. The height of the mountains was beyond his imagination. This also made him realize that the blue sky was very high. It was something that Lin Ling had never seen in his life. Heaven. Tall, the mountains were naturally taller. Moreover, Lin Ling could vaguely see 18 mountain ranges. They were situated in the surroundings as if they were trapping this world. This is the 18 Dragon Mountains. Could it be that the feeling of reverence that I feel is actually the 18 Dragon Mountains? Lin Ling took a deep breath and then took out a voice transmission talisman to see if everyone had arrived. However, the voice transmission talisman was silent for a short while. Only 1 or 2 voices replied back. It seemed that not everyone had arrived. That kind of teleportation process seems fast, but in reality, some people can arrive faster and some people take longer. Since no one has arrived, I'll look around. Lin Ling followed the dense forest and walked forward casually. Young Master Chu, have you found the dragon stone? Not long after he walked forward, a voice came from ahead. He saw a dozen people walking along the ground, releasing their magical powers to check if there was a dragon stone. These people looked like ordinary gods, but there was a strange power in their bodies. They seemed to have a divine body. However, Lin Ling had a feeling that they were not from the god race. Perhaps, they were from the primal chaos realm. How can it be so easy to find a dragon stone? My father only needs 3 dragon stones to break through. It's a pity that he hasn't found the 3 dragon stones after searching for a long time. A proud voice came. It was a pale-faced scholar. He looked to be in his 20s, but his strength was not bad. He had reached the middle stage of the Saint Realm Universe giant god. Where there are dragon stones, there will definitely be godly beasts. This area is so peaceful. I don't think there are any dragon stones. An old man said. He had the strength of an early-stage deity universe giant god. It could be seen that their background was not weak. After all, it was extremely rare to have a deity universe giant god as a guard. Are you all going to find dragon stones? I happen to want to go too. Why don't we go together? Lin Ling thought for a while and walked out. It was his first time here and he was not familiar with this place. It was best to have someone familiar to lead the way. At least he could familiarize himself with the 18 Dragon Mountains. Following afterward, he saw those people looking at him in surprise. He explained, I don't need a lot of dragon stones. You can take the majority. Young Master Chu, be careful. When he saw Lin Ling walking over, the old man's expression changed slightly. When did this person appear? He actually did not notice him before. He couldn't help but size up Lin Ling carefully. He realized that Lin Ling was only an early-stage Saint Realm Universe giant god. Could it be that this was an illusion? Chapter 5171. Young Master Chu also frowned, but after seeing that Lin Ling was only a saint, he finally relaxed and said indifferently, No need, we don't lack manpower. Although his words were calm, there was a hint of pride in them. As long as it's within my power, I'll help. Ling pondered and said again, "Didn't you hear what my young master said? We don't need manpower." Around the young master, a tall and sturdy god shouted with a dignified expression. Lin Ling frowned, then shook his head and left. He was a domineering existence on the 5th and 4th levels, so he had subconsciously forgotten that this Dao pagoda was incomparably cruel. How could others agree to his request? It seems that I must always remember that this is the 6th level. Lin Ling followed the forest and left. And young Master Chu and the others had a mocking smile on their faces. Young Master Chu said indifferently, "Is this person stupid? He actually has the face to ask such a simple question. Maybe he's a newcomer, but an initial stage Saint Universe giant god. Titigse, I really admire his courage." The old man laughed. "I reckon he won't live for long. Let's go ignore him." They continued to look for dragon stones. And Lin Ling gradually walked out of the forest. When he looked up, one of the dragon mountains appeared in his eyes. Looking at it from a close distance, this dragon mountain was incomparably huge and could be considered one of the 9 prefectures. Moreover, it reached the sky, towering into the clouds. At the mountainside, white clouds floated. It was very mysterious. Ling immediately looked at the sound transmission talisman and saw that no one had arrived yet. Instead, young Master Ming, Green Bamboo, and the others had arrived. However, they were casually walking around to investigate the 18 dragon mountains. Lin Ling told them that he was going to take a look at the dragon mountains. He took a step forward and rushed into the sky. Someone actually wants to go up the dragon mountains. His figure was incomparably dazzling. Many gods in all directions of the dragon mountains saw him and laughed at him. And, after Lin Ling rushed into the sky, he immediately felt a gust of wind blowing against his face. Even though his body was strong, he was still blown to the point of being unsteady. What a powerful dragon mountain! Ling was shocked. Soon after, he realized that the higher he flew, the greater the pressure. The strong winds blew against him, causing his bones to creak and his flesh to be eroded. This terrifying scene also made Lin Ling suck in a breath of cold air. Could it be that this dragon mountain was a taboo? I don't believe that I can't go up the dragon mountain. Lin Ling's temper flared up. He ignored the injuries to his body and gritted his teeth as he continued to charge forward. While in various places far away from Dragon Mountain, many people saw this scene and their expressions changed. That person was so powerful. They reckoned that he was a god-level giant universe god. By someone who dared to challenge Dragon Mountain was actually at the deity level at the very least. Otherwise, they were just seeking their own deaths. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lin Ling felt as if his soul was about to be blown away. He was completely unable to withstand it, and had no choice but to land on the Dragon Mountain. Soon after, he discovered that not only did he not even reach the top of the mountain, he was still quite a distance away from the middle of the mountain. Heavens, how high is this mountain? Lin Ling stood behind a huge rock to avoid the strong winds on the top of the mountain. Then he sat down cross-legged to recover. His battered body was slowly recovering. Also, after an unknown period of time, when everything recovered, Lin Ling stood up and looked into the distance. He instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. From where he was, he could see all the dragon mountains in the distance. These dragon mountains were like dragons sitting on the ground. Their heads and tails were connected, but they were incomparably majestic. An aura of the most ancient universe pervaded the air. Compared to these sacred mountains, humans or gods were like ants. What a powerful aura! Is it going to break through the universe? The dragon mountain on the left is like an axe, as if it wants to split the sky and earth. The one on the right is like a sword, as if it wants to cut through everything. And there, Ling was attracted by the aura of the dragon mountain. He subconsciously walked out and came to the top of the huge rock. Only by doing so could he see further and higher. Difficult. He could imagine that he was only halfway up the mountain. If he reached the top of the mountain, how powerful would that aura be? Lin Ling, this is the manifestation of the Dao Pagoda's universal laws. At this time, a voice floated in Lin Ling's mind. It was Guangqingzi. Of course, in addition to Guangqingzi, there was another voice. It was the mysterious green-robed Daoist. The aura of these dragon mountains can improve your universe. Seize this opportunity. After being reminded by the green-robed Daoist, Lin Ling hurriedly sat down cross-legged on the huge rock. Outside his body, Lin Ling's universe appeared. A faint light wrapped around Lin Ling, and 6 ripples spread out. This was the 6-realm universe, and the ripples were very stable. This meant that the universe was incomparably stable. Lin Ling was still looking at the 17 dragon mountains in the distance. Although they were far away, Lin Ling felt as if they were right in front of his eyes. He sensed a domineering aura. This feeling was different from the laws that Lin Ling had comprehended in the past. In the past, the laws of the universe that Lin Ling had comprehended were mostly about birth, old age, illness, and death. Most of these laws were not offensive. In the universe, in addition to the constant cycle of laws, birth, old age, illness, and death, and the blooming and withering of flowers, there are also powerful offensive laws. This way, the universe will not be invaded by foreign objects. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll return it 10 times over. Lin Ling muttered to himself. This was the law that he had comprehended in the 17 dragon mountains. These laws were like dust floating in the sky. The clouds seemed peaceful, but if you dared to touch them, if you dared to destroy them, you would suffer 100 times the attack. This was the true universe. With the domineering aura to protect all living beings in the universe. The 17 dragon mountains are connected head to tail, forming a protective array diagram law. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he memorized the dragon mountains. Then he placed them in Lin Ling's universe. It was as if there were 17 dragon mountains outside Lin Ling's universe. Fellow Daoist, help me. However, such a huge project couldn't be done by Lin Ling alone. Therefore, he called on all his avatars to help. With the help of his avatars, the shadows of 17 dragon mountains gradually appeared in the outermost region of Lin Ling's universe. The domineering aura was extremely sharp. Rumble, rumble. On the surface of Lin Ling's body, the sound of a city wall collapsing could be heard. Out of the 6 rings of ripples, the outermost ring was collapsing, gradually revealing 5 layers of ripples. 5 realms universe. Also, after an unknown period of time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. He was overjoyed. His universe had stepped into the range of the 5 realms. Whether it was the interior or the exterior of the universe, it was now more perfect. Its attack and defense had greatly improved. Even the gods who were cultivating in Lin Ling's universe had benefited a lot. Their cultivation speed had also increased. It's a pity that I'm now on one of the dragon mountains. Otherwise, if I could comprehend the 18 dragon mountains, my universe would definitely be more stable. Lin Ling was still regretful. He stood up and looked in the direction of the peak of the dragon mountain. Now, after Lin Ling's universe had reached the 5 realms, he could clearly feel that its defense was stronger. At least, he wasn't afraid of the surrounding winds. Chapter 5172. Lin Ling was in an extremely good mood. After all, upgrading the universe was a matter of great luck. Su-gods might not be able to upgrade the universe even after tens of millions of years. As for Lin Ling, he dared to come to the 6th level and immediately encountered such a good thing. Inform them to meet up. While Ling was happy, he checked his voice transmission talisman and found that everyone had entered. He quickly contacted everyone and told them to meet up at a location. Looking at the map, it seems that the southeast is more suitable. After Ling found the direction, he ran with large strides. Now that he saw everyone safe and sound, he could finally relax. He was very fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Roar! But at this moment, in the dense grass ahead, there was a terrifying roar of a divine beast. The ferocious aura made Lin Ling's expression change slightly. He did not dare to approach it. The wind blew, and the tall grass was blown. Other than the roar, there was no other sound. Following that, a pair of huge eyes appeared and slowly swam out of the grass. The eyes were filled with a dense mist like flames. Following that, there was the sound of grass being flipped. It was very dull and the ground trembled slightly. What a powerful aura! Lin Ling was shocked. Then his pupils constricted. On the ground, a huge turtle crocodile the size of a mountain was slowly crawling. The turtle crocodile's mouth was tightly shut. There was thick moss on its shell, making it look like a rock. When it moved slowly, it was like a mountain was moving. It was like the universe was floating. Roar! Ling drew a cold breath and looked at the turtle crocodile. In the eyes of the turtle crocodile, he sensed an ancient, cold, and emotionless. Not good. Lin Ling's expression changed instantly. He felt a sense of danger approaching. He unleashed all his speed. Boom! Roar! Just as he disappeared, a light curtain suddenly fell from the sky. It was silent, but after it landed on the ground, all the grass within 100 meters turned into nothingness. This light curtain did not seem powerful, but it could wipe out any life. It had no effect on inanimate objects. While this kind of attack was the most terrifying. After all, it was not a pure strength attack, and it was silent. Coupled with its ability to wipe out life, it was very difficult to resist. Ling's pupils constricted. The divine beast on the 6th level was too powerful. Again. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a curtain of light descended from the sky, forcing Lin Ling to run madly once again. The curtain of light brushed past him, and the place where he was previously standing turned into nothingness. Moreover, it was like a plague that spread towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling could only run 100 meters away to avoid the terrifying power. Looking at the surrounding 100 meters, all the grass had withered. However, without waiting for Lin Ling to catch his breath, another light curtain fell. It was still silent. Lin Ling cursed angrily. He erupted with all his strength and dodged the attack again. However, dodging like this was not the way to go. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the gigantic crocodile. The crocodile's cold eyes were still looking at Lin Ling, emotionless and cold. Bastard! Ling cursed angrily. He was just passing by, yet this bastard wanted to kill him and even revealed such a gaze. Helen Ling had fought his way from the Dao realm to the Dao pagoda. He had experienced many life and death crises and faced countless deities. Yet, he had never been forced by a monster beast like this. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and he charged straight at the turtle crocodile, slashing down with his sword. Buzz! Buzz! The light curtain fell again, but Lin Ling dodged it. Boom! However, just as he approached the turtle crocodile, terrifying flames suddenly appeared and burned the earth. These flames were divine flames and were extremely extraordinary. However, compared to the light curtain, the damage caused by the divine flames was obviously much smaller. This was a power attack. Deity! The flames burned Lin Ling, causing his body to be riddled with holes. His flesh and blood began to catch fire. However, these attacks were not fatal to Lin Ling, who had a powerful physical body. Rumble! The sword struck the turtle crocodile's shell. Rocks flew everywhere, and there was a boom like an explosion. However, this sword could split open a mountain but could not split open the turtle shell. Swish! Lala! On the contrary, countless barbs rushed out of the turtle shell. They were as sharp as swords, forcing Lin Ling to retreat. Clang! Clang clang! Lin Ling kept swinging his sword to block the barbs. Then, he took a step in the air and disappeared in another direction, suddenly attacking from the other side. The turtle crocodile did not move at all, like an old monk sitting cross-legged. However, when Lin Ling approached, its turtle shell suddenly opened like a huge mouth. The earth churned as it revealed its fangs and swallowed Lin Ling. This huge mouth was very big, and an ancient musty smell wafted out. Moreover, it was moving very quickly. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. This old turtle's reaction was too fast. At this time, he had no choice. He could either dodge or fight with his life on the line. In the end, Lin Ling chose to fight with his life on the line. In his opinion, the turtle shell swallowing him meant that the turtle crocodile had no more turtle shell to defend itself. Boom! Rumble! Lin Ling allowed the huge mouth to swallow him. Then, the turtle shell merged and stood on the back of the turtle crocodile like a mountain. Inside the huge mouth, it was pitch black and the musty smell was even stronger. Lin Ling could also hear the sharp teeth colliding and biting toward him. These teeth were very sharp and there were a lot of them. After countless years, Lin Ling could not guarantee that he could block them. Universe 3 Extreme Break. Lin Ling's soul power was no longer the same as before. He looked at the bottom of the turtle shell and slapped out fiercely. The cosmic rays were extremely dense like a net and shot out. He was also racing against time. He hoped that the Universe 3 Extreme Break would be effective. At this moment, the hard teeth on the left and right were merging. The area was very large and covered the sky. Lin Ling could not dodge at all. Lin Ling gritted his teeth. He held the sword with his right hand and his left palm facing down. His soul power poured out crazily. "Hurry up!" he shouted angrily in his heart. At this moment, the teeth on both sides suddenly stopped moving. On the contrary, the giant turtle was trembling. Its soul was intimidated by Lin Ling. At this moment, its mind was blank. Kill! Lin Ling's universe appeared on the surface of Ling's body, protecting him firmly. He still held the tyrannical song in his right hand, but a dazzling light sword appeared in his left hand. This was the sword of faith. Endless power of faith surged, making this sword incomparably dazzling, as if it could cut through everything. He crossed his swords and slashed down, while below him was a bottomless abyss with countless sharp barbs that looked like swords. However, Lin Ling had activated Lin Ling's universe, and the light around him was protecting him. It was extremely tough, and it actually broke all those barbs. The ear-piercing sound kept ringing in Lin Ling's ears. He gritted his teeth and focused his eyes. Success or failure depended on this. He finally rushed to the bottom of the abyss, crossed his two swords, and slashed out fiercely. Boom, rumble. One, the deafening sound started to ring. The sword slash disappeared below, as if it could not hurt the turtle crocodile at all. Lin Ling's expression changed greatly. How strong is this turtle crocodile? Could it be a middle-stage universe giant god? Not good. Chapter 5173. The inside of the turtle shell was dead silent. It's dead. Lin Ling frowned slightly. After careful inspection, he realized that the crossed sword he had slashed out had penetrated the entire turtle crocodile. Furthermore, the power of faith was destroying everything. At the same time, light appeared in the sky. The merged turtle shell was slowly opening, growing bigger and bigger. Finally, with a loud rumble, it was as if two mountains had collapsed. Lin Ling was in midair, witnessing everything. Following that, he realized that the turtle shell on both sides was turning into rock and its vitality was dissipating. Lin Ling immediately rushed out and landed on the grass. Following that, he saw that the huge turtle crocodile had turned into a mountain rock. Its ancient eyes were petrified. He checked for a moment and then cursed. That was because the turtle crocodile looked so powerful, but after its death, it did not leave behind any treasures. All of it had turned into rock. Lin Ling walked around the huge turtle crocodile and finally left gloomily. After wasting so much of his time, it did not leave behind a single hair. Looking at the injuries all over his body, Lin Ling was even more depressed. "Junior brother, are you here? Why are you standing still when I see you?" At that moment, Qing Zhu's voice came from the voice transmission talisman. Upon hearing that, Lin Ling was even more depressed. He could only continue forward and meet up with the others. However, at that moment, a mysterious aura surged over. It was very rich in spiritual energy. Lin Ling's expression changed slightly as he followed the spirit qi. Then, in a valley, he saw a large number of round stones. These stones were the size of a fist and some were the size of a millstone. They emitted a white glow. However, the spiritual energy was extremely rich, almost catching up to the chaos stones. Back in the chaos realm, Lin Ling had obtained the chaos stones and knew the spiritual energy hidden in them. Could these be dragon stones? Lin Ling guessed. Thinking back to the turtle crocodile, he completely understood. It turned out that the turtle crocodile was guarding these dragon stones. I'm rich. Lin Ling was overjoyed. He had finally gained something from killing the turtle crocodile. He rushed into the valley and continued to investigate. Soon after, he discovered that the number of dragon stones here was simply beyond his imagination. They were densely packed and scattered all over the ground. Lin Ling immediately picked up a fist-sized dragon stone and refined it. The dragon stone seemed to be burning as it emitted a white dragon-like mist that surged into Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling instantly sensed that his cultivation had advanced by a large margin. Dragon stones seemed to be even more effective than luck. With these dragon stones, I'm probably even closer to breaking through. Lin Ling was overjoyed and hurriedly collected the dragon stones. Soon after, he discovered that these dragon stones were actually like roots, as if they were products of the earth, and also like a type of plant. Furthermore, some of the dragon stones had more solid roots and required a certain amount of time to pull them out. Seeing this, Lin Ling decided to look for a huge dragon stone. After all, it would be a waste of time to find a small one. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from afar. It seemed that after Turtle Crocodile's death, the area was once again protected by a divine beast, which allowed the gods to dare to enter and explore. Damn it! Lin Ling cursed angrily. At first, he wanted to chase them away, but when he saw that there were many dragon stones in the valley, and besides, he couldn't collect all of them himself, he simply let them be. What's this? Dragon stones? So many dragon stones. I'm rich. Only 5 gods had entered, and when they saw the vast valley of dragon stones, they were all so excited that they couldn't close their mouths. Hey, someone came early. Someone had also noticed Lin Ling and greeted him with a smile at Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had come first and didn't stop them from coming, so they were also embarrassed. Do as you wish. Lin Ling glanced at them calmly. At first, he wanted to chase them away, but he sensed that even more gods had arrived. Moreover, these people were quite polite, so in the end, he let it go. Thank you, thank you. Those people cupped their hands at Lin Ling and then hurriedly collected dragon stones. Moreover, they also collected small dragon stones with great tacit understanding. After all, although small dragon stones were small, if there were enough of them, they would be enough for cultivation. As expected, more and more people entered the valley, causing Lin Ling to know that it would probably be very difficult to keep all of the dragon stones. After an unknown period of time, a large group of people suddenly entered the valley. When they saw the dazzling dragon stones in the valley, they were all overjoyed. Dragon stones, so many dragon stones. Young Master Chu, the cultivation resources that Master needs are enough. An old man shouted excitedly. Yes, so many dragon stones. In the crowd, a scholarly young man licked his lips and was incomparably happy. Only 3 dragon stones are enough, 3 dragon stones are enough. He muttered to himself. Young Master, there are more than 3 dragon stones here. Look, there are even stones as big as millstones. The old man chuckled. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the people in the valley and he frowned. Young Master looked. The young man immediately looked in the direction the old man was pointing and found that there were indeed many people in the valley. They were also collecting dragon stones. Get out, all of you! The young man couldn't help but shout. Originally, he only needed 3 dragon stones, but there were too many dragon stones here, which aroused his greed. If these dragon stones belonged to him, his family's strength, including his own, would be greatly enhanced. Dragon stones, these were the most precious treasures of the 18 Dragon Mountains. What right do you have? The gods who were collecting dragon stones frowned immediately. This person actually wanted to take them all for himself? Lin Ling also frowned and looked over. When he found that it was the group of people he had met not long ago, he immediately sneered. He was the first to discover this valley, and he also obtained it by killing the turtle crocodile. It was fine that these people came to collect dragon stones, but Lin Ling didn't object, and they actually dared to take them all for themselves. What right do I have? Just because I am a member of the Chu family. You unorthodox gods dare to stop me. The young man said angrily. The old man beside him was sly and cunning, and he said calmly, Our young master means that we were the first to discover this valley, and even the divine beast guarding the dragon stones was killed by us. Just because of this. He glanced at the crowd and said, "You have also collected a lot, so you can keep as many dragon stones as you get. However, you must leave immediately. It is fate that we met, so you don't have to thank us." They killed the divine beast? The people in the valley frowned in disbelief. Only Lin Ling was still smiling coldly. Suddenly he said calmly, "What a nice way to put it. Then what is the divine beast in this valley?" "Who is talking?" Lin Ling's voice drifted in the valley, so young Master Chu and the others didn't see Lin Ling. "Tell me, what is the divine beast?" Lin Ling's voice drifted out again. Young Master Chu frowned immediately. He really didn't know what it was. He stuttered and said, "It is a dragon." "Young Master." The old man beside him immediately pulled him back. This was the 18 Dragon Mountains, so it was impossible for a dragon to appear here. After all, there were rumors that the 18 Dragon Mountains were actually 8 ancient dragons. With the 18 dragon gods here, the other dragons wouldn't dare to come close. A dragon? Something is wrong. The crowd became suspicious. They knew about this legend. No, it is a giant rock divine bear. Chapter 5174. Rock God Bear. Many people's eyes flickered. They had heard of this divine beast before. It was said that it stood like a human and was as tall as a mountain with long arms. However, its strength and speed were extremely terrifying. Is it a rock god bear? Why do I seem to see a crocodile-like turtle not far from the valley? Suddenly, Lin Ling's voice drifted out of the valley again. Damn it! The old man cursed in his heart. That was the golden Dao crocodile, which possessed a kind of universal law that could exterminate life. It was extremely powerful. They had only dared to enter the bushes after seeing the golden Dao crocodile die. Yeah, I seem to have seen it too. It has turned into a rock. Could it be that the guardian divine beast of this area is actually the golden Dao crocodile? But why did they say it was a rock god bear? Could it be? The gods in the valley came to their senses, and their gazes toward the old man and his companions changed slightly. When young Master Chu saw that his plan had been exposed, he was also furious. He said coldly, "Who is this sneaky person? Come out and speak if you have the ability. Hiding your head and tail, it seems that you are also a thief." Heh, are you trying to falsely accuse me after failing to deceive me? I don't need to be sneaky when dealing with small characters like you. At this moment, Lin Ling finally walked out with his hands behind his back. He looked at young Master Chu and his companions indifferently. It's him. People recognized Lin Ling. Wasn't he the first person to come to the valley? It's you. Young Master Chu also recognized Lin Ling previously. Lin Ling seemed to be a newcomer who wanted to search for the Dragonstone with them. However, they rejected him and even drove him away domineeringly. They didn't expect him to be the one causing trouble. You don't even know that turtle crocodile, yet you have the nerve to say that you found the valley first. Let me tell you, I was the first to enter the valley. Lin Ling looked at young Master Chu mockingly. Young Master Chu felt humiliated. If he had known that this person was so lucky, he would have brought him along. However, now that things had come to an end, he simply shed all pretense of cordiality. So what if it's you? This is the Chu family's business. Unimportant people, get out of the valley. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The gods in the valley were not very strong, and they had more people on their side. Therefore, he also drove them away in a domineering manner. What if I don't leave? Lin Ling could not help but smile. Then don't blame me. Touch him. Young Master Chu waved his hand and called for the old man to attack. The old man was a deity realm giant god at the early stage of the universe giant god realm. Killing a Saint Junior was as easy as flipping his hand. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Sure enough, that elder threw himself over, terrifying divine force erupting, making it difficult for everyone to breathe, as if they were suppressed by a formless pressure. The difference between a deity and a saint was too great. It was not something they could withstand at all. Of course, to Lin Ling, this old man was not even comparable to the Myriad Waves King. After all, this old man did not have a powerful ancient divine body. Your Excellency, be careful. Someone suddenly reminded Lin Ling, because he saw that Lin Ling was actually indifferent. After all, this was a god-level giant universe god. Kakaka. At this moment, Lin Ling moved. A 5-realm universe appeared in his hand. He fused his innate talent, mobilized all his strength, and threw this universe out. Although the old man was not as strong as the Myriad Waves King, he was still a deity. Lin Ling also needed to use some of his trump cards. Long. Lin Ling's universe turned into a light wave that could be used to attack and defend. It fiercely slashed out, and after colliding with the old man's divine force, the old man's expression changed greatly. What's going on? He was shocked. With just a simple exchange, he realized that Lin Ling's divine force was beyond imagination. It was definitely above 10 trillion. Early-stage giant god at the Saint Realm? 10 trillion? This was simply beyond his understanding. Most importantly, besides the divine force, the universe energy was also very terrifying. It seemed to be a 5-realm universe. Shwa! An indestructible light wave shot out and destroyed the old man's arm. If he had not escaped quickly, he would have been obliterated. Could it be that the turtle crocodile outside the valley was killed by him? A terrifying thought arose in the old man's mind. The valley was also silent. Everyone was in disbelief. Young Master Chu's eyes were wide open. A Saint Realm expert defeated a Deity Realm expert in one move? Get lost, Dance. Lin Ling did not obliterate them. It was not that he did not want to, but that it was not worth it. He knew that it was more important to collect these dragon stones. After all, the news of the dragon stones in this valley would spread very quickly. When that time came, the experts would gather, and Lin Ling would be able to obtain fewer dragon stones. You told us to get lost, Ants. Young Master Chu gritted his teeth. He came from the primal chaos realm. Although his family was not one of the 8 deities, his family knew many experts. He could be considered a reputable figure in his family. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Moreover, he suddenly remembered that Lin Ling wanted to join them. If he had agreed at that time, a portion of the dragon stones in the valley would have been his. Inexplicably, regret arose in his heart. Young master, let's go. The one-armed old man gritted his teeth and ran over. He knew that Lin Ling's attention was on the dragon stones. Otherwise, they would have been dead long ago. But we still lack 3 dragon stones. There are so many here. 3 would be enough. Young Master Chu was unwilling to give up. He looked around and found that Lin Ling had found a dragon stone that was not white among the dragon stones. That dragon stone was about the size of a millstone, and there were 9 veins of mist rolling inside it. 9 dragon stone. Young Master Chu sucked in a breath of cold air. 9 dragon stones were also a type of dragon stone. However, according to legend, this type of dragon stone was condensed from the spiritual energy of 9 dragon mountains. The other dragon stones represented 1 dragon mountain. Without a doubt, dragon stones condensed from 9 dragon mountains were even more valuable and could be said to be rare. There were also rumors that someone had found 18 dragon stones. 18 dragon stones were condensed from 18 dragon mountains. They were existences that were comparable to the chaos stones. They were far superior to the chaos stones. How hateful! Young Master Chu did not obtain anything. Instead, he witnessed Lin Ling obtaining a rare 9 dragon stone. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. 9 dragon stone. At this moment, the gods in the valley also saw Lin Ling's harvest. What is a 9 dragon stone? Lin Ling asked while hugging the millstone-sized dragon stone. Your Excellency! Someone told Lin Ling about the preciousness of a 9 dragon stone. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. It seemed that this was a precious treasure. He could not help but examine it carefully. Soon after, he discovered that the spiritual energy suppressed by this dragon stone was enough for one of his Dantians to make a breakthrough. This also meant that he could reach the middle stage of the Saint Stage Universe Giant God. Of course, a 9 dragon stone was only enough for 1 Dantian to make a breakthrough. The other Dantians still needed more dragon stones to fill in. Lin Ling continued his search. He specifically looked for large dragon stones and also informed his senior sister and the others to hurry over. He did not want all the dragon stones here to be picked. Chapter 5175. Dragon Stones. But at this moment, more powerful beings arrived at the valley. They were 5 figures. They wore tattered cloaks, and their bodies emitted a foul stench. Large amounts of insects were flying around them. Rot race. Seeing these gods, everyone's expression changed drastically. The Rot race was very famous on this level, and their influence was huge. They were the local bullies. Coupled with their unique characteristics, it was hard not to recognize them. The 5 figures that walked in did not pay attention to the crowd. Instead, they stared at the overwhelming number of dragon stones in the valley without moving. An oppressive atmosphere quietly pervaded the valley. All the gods stopped collecting dragon stones. Their expressions were solemn as they prepared to escape the valley. After all, they knew that the Rot race was the most unreasonable. It was normal for them to kill them and steal their treasures. You can leave. This valley belongs to us. Suddenly, a hoarse voice rang out. It came from one of the Rot race gods. This person was emitting an aura as he spoke. He was an early-stage universe giant god. Of course, his strength was more than double that of the old man from before. After all, there was still a gap between the gods of the deity race and ordinary gods. His words stunned everyone. The rotten race's god was telling them to leave? Where are the dragon stones we got before? Someone asked. Take them away. However, you are not allowed to take another step into the valley. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy, said the Rot race god. Many people were shocked. Why was the Rot race so easy to talk to? Suddenly, they looked at the valley and saw that there were still many dragon stones. It turned out that the Rot race did not want to waste time, so they gave up on the small profits to steal the big ones. After all, they only got the small profits. If the Rot race wanted to steal them, they would have to go through a lot of trouble. There was no need for that. Most importantly, the rotten gods knew that it would not be long before more gods arrived. If more powerful gods arrived, they would have no choice but to leave. All right, I'll leave. Let's go. Those gods knew that they could not be too greedy. Otherwise, they would lose their lives. What about you, young Master Chu? The leading Rot race god suddenly looked at young Master Chu. He seemed to know the Chu family. In fact, the Chu family was very famous in the primal chaos realm. This did not mean that they were powerful, but that they knew how to conduct themselves. They were smooth and slick, and they mingled well with the rulers. Therefore, the Rot race also knew them. The Chu family had even helped them before. The clan was looking for someone in the chaos realm. Senior, you know me. Young Master Chu was a little surprised. Then he smiled and said, Senior, I only need 3 dragon stones. Of course, I can provide you with a piece of good news. That person has obtained a 9 dragon stone and wants to bring it out of the valley. As he spoke, he pointed at Lin Ling, his expression filled with schadenfreude and sneer. This guy was so strong, but was he stronger than the rotten race? 9 dragon stone. The 5 gods looked at Lin Ling. Although their expressions couldn't be seen, anyone could guess that they were tempted. Oh no. Those gods who had left were secretly shocked and stared at young Master Chu. This guy was really meddlesome. He was trying to frame them. Lin Ling was indifferent. Of course, he also looked at young Master Chu, but the latter shrugged his shoulders with an arrogant look on his face. You have a 9 dragon stone? Hand it over and scram. At that moment, one of the rotten race spoke. The 9 dragon stone was so precious that the rotten race couldn't miss it. However, this white-haired man's luck was not bad. He had helped them find the 9 dragon stone, so they would spare his life for the time being. Senior, be careful. This person's strength is strange. My Wuxia had an arm severed by him, and my Wuxia was an early-stage universe giant god. He is only a saint. Young Master Chu spoke again, afraid that the rotten race expert would look down on Lin Ling. Oh, interesting. The leader's tone changed. It seemed that he wanted to kill Lin Ling. After all, their huge rotting pond needed powerful gods to refine and obtain their strength. Young Master Chu laughed happily when he saw that the rotten race's tone had changed. He looked at Lin Ling even more provocatively. From his point of view, that white-haired man was dead meat this time. He had let him act before, but now he had kicked an iron plate. And this exciting scene, he was going to enjoy it. Now, it's not as simple as handing over the 9 dragon stone. I don't know what you have to say. The rotten race god spoke. Lin Ling's expression was cold. His white hair fluttered in the wind as he said indifferently, I won't hand over the 9 dragon stone. I won't hand over my life, either. I won't even leave this valley. What? Everyone was shocked. Facing the rotten race, this white-haired man didn't intend to leave. Interesting. Fine, let me see what you're capable of. A rotten race expert made his move. His cloak seemed to disperse in the wind, and countless insects flew out. They formed a huge rotting pond in midair and covered Lin Ling. This was the power of the universe. Of course, there was also powerful godly power hidden within. This attacking god knew that Lin Ling had some ability, so he didn't hold back. He erupted with his full strength. The entire valley suddenly turned dark, and everything disappeared. Only the densely packed stars on the ground were unaffected. These were the dragon stones. The gods who were preparing to leave the valley were all frightened. They were deeply afraid of being implicated because they couldn't find the way out of the valley. He's so strong, comparable to King Myriad Waves. However, even though he didn't look down on me, he didn't defend when he attacked. He wants to kill me in one blow. This is a chance. Lin Ling's eyes focused. Light appeared in his hand, and the faith sword quietly appeared. Facing a deity from the rotten race, an early-stage universe giant god, he had to erupt with his full strength. Of course, the other party came with the intention of killing him in one blow. This was in line with Lin Ling's intention. After all, this kind of attack could only end with one of them dying. As for Lin Ling's choice, it would depend on whose life was tougher. He slashed out with his sword. Endless faith appeared and fused into the faith sword as it slashed forward. The seemingly dazzling sword slash didn't have any explosive offensive power, but its sharpness was beyond imagination. When it slashed the rotting pond, it split it into 2. After that, it went straight for the rotten race god. A figure fell from the sky, and the stench in the valley gradually dispersed. Everyone subconsciously shuddered and looked around. Dead. Someone cried out in alarm. This was because the rotten race god had been split in 2 and fell to the ground. He was completely dead. Young Master Chu sucked in a breath of cold air. The old man under his tomb was no match for Lin Ling. This was understandable, but even a rotten race expert with a godly body had died. Just how many killing moves did this white-haired man have? The 4 rotten race gods were frozen in place, as though they couldn't accept this fact. All right, it's your turn now. At this time, Lin Ling's voice floated over. His lips curled into a sneer. He knew that these 4 were about to die because his helpers had finally arrived. It's our turn. Chapter 5176. The 4 rotten race gods did not believe Lin Ling's words at all. After talking for a while, they looked at Lin Ling. The killing intent and stench on their bodies became even more intense. They seemed to be planning to join forces. The rotten race was the filthiest race in the universe. Naturally, they would not engage in a fair one-on-one duel. One of them said indifferently, "Your Excellency, you have offended the rotten race. Now, leave your corpse and the 9 dragon stone behind." With just the 4 of you? I'm sorry, but the 4 of you will stay here forever. Lin Ling said indifferently. Ha! The 4 rotten race gods could not help but look at each other. Even though they were cold, they could not help but laugh. It was undeniable that Lin Ling was indeed powerful, but they guessed that Lin Ling had a divine sword on him. That was why he could kill a deity universe giant god. But when the 4 of them joined forces, even a true deity universe giant god would not be able to stop them, let alone Lin Ling, who was only a saint. This universe is sometimes very unfair, but sometimes it is very fair. The rotten race god laughed. I don't believe there is a deity weapon that is so heaven-defying. Even if it can kill an opponent 1 realm higher, the number of times it can be used is definitely not many. Do you dare to bet? Lin Ling laughed. Why not? Let's see if your deity weapon can kill the 4 of us. The 4 rotten race gods erupted with powerful deity energy and activated their godly bodies. Their godly bodies were all filthy things like toads and flies. Most importantly, the joint forces of the 4 of them possessed over 3 trillion strands of divine energy. Lin Ling's 14 trillion deity energy was as insignificant as a firefly in comparison. Idiot! Young Master Chu sneered. Lin Ling still did not move. The sword in his hand was only aimed at one of them. Just as the rotten race gods had guessed, Lin Ling's sword of faith could only kill one person. Moreover, not just any early-stage deity could kill him. But just as the 4's attacks were about to reach him, a green bamboo suddenly appeared and swept away one of the rotten race gods. At the same time, a huge ancient bell appeared in the sky and suppressed the other one. Moreover, there were several energies that didn't seem like the power of divinity or the power of the universe. Only Lin Ling could recognize that this was the power of the world's will. After combining their powers, they once again blocked another god. In the end, he had to face Lin Ling alone. Lin Ling sneered coldly and slashed out with his sword. There was a clear rumble as the toad that was pouncing at Lin Ling was pierced through by the sword. Of course, what surprised Lin Ling was that this god was very powerful. The sword of faith actually couldn't kill him and had only severely injured him. Rumble. On the other side, under several powerful attacks, the decaying gods died one after another. It could be seen that the attacker was not a celestial, but the attack power was strong enough to injure a celestial. Dead. The one over there is dead too. The surrounding people were silent. No one had expected the outcome to be like this. There was only one decaying god left who hadn't died. It was the one with the toad's divine body. At this moment, he had returned to his original form and was looking around in surprise. "You have helpers," he said through gritted teeth. His cloak had been shattered, revealing his true appearance. However, just as Lin Ling had imagined, he was very ugly with all kinds of insects crawling on his face. "Helpers are the divine weapons you mentioned. Now you seem to have lost the bet," Lin Ling said with a smile. The god was trembling with anger. No wonder this white-haired man wasn't afraid of them. It turned out that his biggest reliance was his helpers. Moreover, these helpers were very powerful. After all, he had seen that most of these people were celestial saints. Of course, he also stared at one of the women and found that she was the strongest. He couldn't see through her, as if there was no limit to her strength. Now, he was like a dog trapped in a dead end. There was no way for him to fight back. "The decaying race will avenge me," he said in a low voice. Then his body exploded. He had actually committed suicide. "You have backbone." Lin Ling nodded. Suddenly, he looked at young Master Chu and said with a smile, "Isn't it fun to sow discord?" Young Master Chu and the others were still in a daze. The difference between reality and dreams was too big. They looked at the people around them and found that there were old men, women, and young men. However, their strength was heaven-defying. Damn it! How did this guy have such powerful helpers? Young Master Chu was extremely envious because he knew that there were very few gods with heaven-defying strength like this whose realm wasn't high. Every one of them had a bright future. However, there were several people beside the white-haired man. "I'm from the Chu family of the Chaos Realm," young Master Chu said coldly. "Sorry, we're all from the Dao Realm. We don't know any Chu family," Lin Ling said with a smile. "Damn it!" Young Master Chu cursed again. He was most afraid of people who didn't know what was good for them. If he encountered them, no matter how powerful his trump card was, it would be useless. He asked, "Then what do you want?" "All of you will die. Are you going to do it yourselves? Or are we going to do it?" Now that everyone was here, there was no need to keep young Master Chu and the others. After all, Lin Ling didn't touch them before because he didn't want to delay the collection of dragon stones. "You want to kill us? Dream on." Young Master Chu snorted coldly. A crystal bead appeared in his hand. He blew at the bead. Suddenly, endless fog appeared and shrouded the valley. The scary thing was that in the fog, they couldn't sense anything. It was very powerful. "This treasure is extraordinary." Lin Ling was shocked. His soul power was strong and he had the universe in his body. However, he couldn't see through the fog. This meant that this bead was definitely a rare treasure. Haha, how can ants like you see through my Chu Wuju? Goodbye. The next time we meet, I'll kill you. Young Master Chu's voice came from the fog. However, there were also voices begging for mercy. Young Master Chu, please take us out of here. The fog seemed to be able to block people's vision. Perhaps only the people holding the bead could see the path clearly. Get lost. Young Master Chu didn't care about them. After all, with his strength, the fog would dissipate soon after he activated the bead. Time waits for no one. He just wanted to take an old man away because the old man also had a precious treasure of the Chu family. It was a divine artifact that could enhance one's divine power by 10%. However, when he wanted to take the old man away, he found that the old man was entangled by a vine. Young Master, don't worry about me. Go quickly. Avenge me in the future. The old man couldn't see young Master Chu, but he knew that young Master Chu would come to save him. Therefore, he shouted hurriedly. Of course, he also tried his best to get rid of the vine. Okay. Young Master Chu dared not stay. He rushed out of the valley and disappeared into the distance. When the old man saw young Master Chu running away, he tried his best again to get rid of the vine. Then he also ran away randomly. At this moment, the fog was dispersing. Gradually, the old man found a way out. However, when he was about to rush out, a sword blocked his way. It was Lin Ling. Chapter 5177. Ha ha ha, young Master Chu has run away. What's the use of killing me? Just wait for the Chu family to kill you. Seeing that there was no way to escape, the old man laughed and gave up hope. Go to hell then. Lin Ling said impatiently. He wanted to kill the old man with his sword. However, at this time, a bronze gate appeared outside the valley. Then, a figure walked out of the gate slowly, dragging a person. It was young Master Ming. The dead dog he was dragging was none other than young Master Chu. Originally, young Master Ming didn't appear in the valley before, so he wasn't affected by the fog. While young Master Chu was facing young Master Ming, how could he resist the power of reincarnation? He lost the ability to fight instantly, and even Chu Wuju, who was in his hand, fell to the ground. Young Master Ming, good move. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. I bumped around and saw a dog running out. I didn't like him, so I caught him. Young Master Ming shrugged. Young Master Chu was now as weak as a slug. He was affected by the reincarnation of the underworld, so he could only clench his teeth. Well, seeing this, the old man sighed softly. He knew they were going to be wiped out today. Are you satisfied now? You can go now. Lin Ling killed the old man with his sword. Then he found many treasures on the old man's body. What was strange was that the old man had many cosmic treasures, but he didn't have a spiritual pearl. Moreover, there was a horn on his body, which seemed to be quite extraordinary. You don't need to talk nonsense. Young Master Ming also killed young Master Chu with a wave of his hand. He also found many treasures on the old man's body. Among them, the crystal pearl attracted his attention the most. However, after checking it, he shook his head disdainfully and threw it to Lin Ling. Lin Ling took it and was shocked. The pearl was so powerful that he couldn't see through the fog it emitted. How could young Master Ming throw it to him so casually? Young Master Ming, this is a powerful treasure. Green said. Bamboo and the others also walked over. It is indeed extraordinary. The young master nodded, and he suddenly turned to Saint Yi and said, It's a pity that this treasure is the same as his Donghuang bell. It can only be used by the clan's bloodline. If someone forcefully uses it, the effect will be greatly reduced, so it's useless to us. Lin Ling hurriedly checked and found that it was indeed so. Even with his strength, he could only blow out 10% of the fog. 10% was not much help. This bead is considered a rare divine weapon. However, there are countless capable people in this universe. There must be someone who has a way to get it. It's not a bad idea to find an opportunity to sell it. Young Master Ming suddenly said. Everyone nodded and looked at Lin Ling. A bugle horn appeared in Lin Ling's hand. After examining it, he said, This bugle horn is also a good divine artifact. It can increase one's divine power by 10%. For example, 10 trillion divine power can increase one's divine power by 10,000. What a heaven-defying treasure! Gong and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. If it was a god-level giant universe god who had hundreds of trillion godly power, wouldn't that mean an increase of 100,000 godly power? Just this increase alone would surpass the sum of all their divine power. It's a pity that only a god-level giant universe god can activate it. Lin Ling suddenly sighed. He looked at everyone and suddenly threw the bugle horn to green bamboo. There were only 2 god-level giant universe gods present. They were young Master Ming and Green Bamboo. Naturally, he left it for his senior sister. It's not a bad treasure. It barely catches my eye, Green Bamboo said. Green Bamboo took the bugle horn and casually put it away. She did not seem to care much about it, and this casual action told everyone that she had a broad vision. She did not care about this bugle horn at all. Lei Gong and the others were secretly shocked. Even Lin Ling was the same. Only young Master Ming was used to it. All right, let's go to the valley to collect the dragon stones. These dragon stones are growing on the ground. If we want to collect all of them, we will need a lot of time. Lin Ling looked at everyone and then strode into the valley. At this moment, the gods in the valley still had not left. When they saw Lin Ling and the others return, they were so frightened that they lowered their heads. Anyway, there are enough dragon stones. We won't be able to collect all of them in a short time. Just as they were about to sneak out of the valley, Lin Ling suddenly said. These gods raised their heads in surprise. This white-haired man did not chase them away? Lin Ling did not explain much. He went to collect the dragon stones on the ground with Green Bamboo and the others. These dragon stones were growing on the ground. They were like demonic beast eggs lying on the ground. However, collecting them depended on one's strength. The stronger one was, the faster they could collect them. This was also the reason why Lin Ling allowed them to collect as they wished. But, actually, they were not very strong. Even if they could collect the dragon stones, they could not collect a lot. In addition, these people had previously warned Lin Ling naturally, Lin Ling would give them some face. While, as they collected the dragon stones, more and more people came to the valley. However, they were not very strong. In the end, they were all chased away by Lin Ling and the others. After a long time, they finished collecting all the dragon stones in the valley. It had taken them a total of 5 days. Everyone, thank you. These gods had gained a lot, so they all thanked Lin Ling before leaving. That's right, do you know where I can sell treasures around here? Then, young Master Ming looked at them and asked. If you want to sell treasures, the Purple Wind Cave is not far away. There is an auction there every 3 months. I think it is suitable for you. One of the gods pondered and said, Go northwest in this direction and you will reach it in half a day. Alright, thank you. You can go now. Young Master Ming said indifferently. After these people left, he said, This Chu Wuzhu will be a burden if we keep it with us. We are not willing to just throw it away. It is better to find a place to sell it. After all, it is a family heirloom treasure. Others can use it to find us. In that case, let's set off immediately. Lin Ling said. This Chu Wuzhu came from the Chu family. Although he did not know the background of the Chu family, if even the rotten race knew them, they should have a lot of experts. If they followed the pearl and found them, it would be troublesome. Then, after that, everyone set off. They had just arrived at the 6th floor and obtained a lot of dragon stones. Everyone was in a good mood. With these dragon stones, everyone's strength would increase greatly. Lin Ling, these dragon stones can increase your cultivation by 2 realms, right? Young Master Ming suddenly asked. It is good enough to increase my cultivation by 1 realm. I still want to increase my cultivation by 2 realms. Lin Ling shook his head. Young Master Ming was shocked. How did Lin Ling cultivate? Why did he need so much energy? For a moment, he could not see through Lin Ling. After all, these dragon stones were enough for him to increase his cultivation by 2 realms. It seemed that Lin Ling's cultivation level was low, but his strength was so strong. It was not without reason. Half a day later, they arrived at the Purple Wind Cave. Although it was called a cave, it was actually a paradise. A lot of gods were walking around, and they were all very strong. Chapter 5178. Looking into the distance, huge space battleships stopped there. On the other side, under the mountains, there were powerful mounts. There were ancestral turtles, universe dragons, space birds, and other rare creatures. While these universe ancestors had always been arrogant, but after coming here, they all obediently lay on the ground, not daring to breathe. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Those cosmic battleships are only owned by the Protoss and the powerful gods. They are divided into several grades. Saints can control them, but they need the corresponding control method. With these cosmic battleships, the strength of the gods can be greatly increased. Saints can also kill gods. Young Master Ming suddenly said. Everyone gasped and looked at young Master Ming in disbelief. These space battleships were too powerful. These cosmic battleships are very rare. They were created by the ruler of the prehistoric era, and they were created with his life to resist the great calamity of the universe. They were called arcs by him. After the ruler died, the cosmic battleships flowed out and were seized by the strong people of various eras. Young Master smiled faintly. However, although these space battleships are powerful, they are not the oldest batch. Otherwise, their combat power would be even more terrifying. If we get a space battleship, we can run freely on the 6th level. Nyang licked her lips. With a space battleship, they could take it wherever they went. Moreover, they could protect their lives and avoid all kinds of dangers. How could it not be good? Space battleships are very difficult to get. Once they recognize a master, unless the master gives up, it's impossible to snatch them. Moreover, these space battleships are divided into 3 types: speed, attack, and defense. Each of the 3 domains has a powerful one. Young Master smiled. Look at those divine beasts in the distance. They are also universe beasts from the prehistoric era. They are powerful, but they only recognize one master in their lifetime. There are so many strong ones here. Everyone sighed. The Tao Pagoda is the core of the present universe. Everyone wants to reach the top of the Tao Pagoda and obtain this universe. Therefore, the Tao Pagoda is cruel. However, there are still rules in some places. For example here, those who come here want to trade, so they will abide by the laws of this place. Young Master Ming said again. This is only temporary. In fact, the weak are still prey to the strong. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had the opposite view. After all, he had encountered such a situation back in the city of myriad gods. At that time, the Silver Moon clan was greedy for his treasures, and they had also violated the rules. That was the reason why he and the Silver Moon clan were at loggerheads. You are right. For example, if we expose the dragon stone we got, the result will be different. Young Master Ming nodded in agreement. Crowd they chatted as they walked and entered the Xanadu ahead. Their interior was very flat, and there were many simple buildings. There were gods walking around, and on the ground, under the trees, and other places, all kinds of lights were flickering. There were gods setting up stalls, selling all kinds of treasures. Yes, there were treasures, spirit herbs, divine abilities, divine embryos, and other items for sale. And there were a lot of them. This talent seems to be the talent of my hellish ghost hell body. Lin Ling walked casually. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked at one of the stalls. There was a jade bottle on the stall, and inside it was a ghost-like octopus. Furthermore, the bottle cap was open, allowing others to sense its aura. House only Lin Ling was able to detect it. He said a few words to his senior sister, then walked forward to ask for the price. Longyang, Xiaoluan, and the others also found the items they wanted, and happily went to ask for the price. How do you sell this? Lin Ling came in front of the stall and sized up the other party. He found that it was a mysterious person wearing a cloak. The treasures on his body were extraordinary, and Lin Ling could only roughly sense his strength. He couldn't even see his face clearly. 3 dragon stones. A hoarse voice came. Too expensive, 1 at most. Lin Ling didn't like to be long-winded. Sir, I got this by luck. It is extremely rare and only appears in the netherworld. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another one. How about this, 2 dragon stones, no less? Fang's voice was filled with determination. Not many people need a divine embryo like you. If I don't like it, even fewer people will want it. Just 1. Lin Ling's attitude was even more resolute. No, 2 is the minimum. Back then, in order to kill him, I almost lost my life. The other party's voice gradually turned cold. It was obvious that he had obtained this treasure from his opponent. Lin Ling didn't say anything, turning to leave. Seeing this, the other party looked to the other side and ignored Lin Ling. But Lin Ling naturally couldn't be bothered with him and walked to another stall. However, just as Lin Ling was sizing up the stall, a helpless voice came. Forget it, forget it. 1 dragonstone it is. I'm most afraid of people like you. It was the owner of the previous stall. Obviously, he could see that Lin Ling was a cold person. If he wasn't willing to give in, then there was no way he would give in. He had no choice but to compromise. After all, few people needed that octopus-like divine embryo. Even ghost-type divine embryos didn't catch their eye. It was useless for him to keep it, so he might as well exchange it for a dragon stone. Lin Ling looked at the other party indifferently, as if he didn't want it. After thinking for a while, he walked back. That stalk of spirit grass is mine. He pointed at a spiritual herb on the stall. This was a thunder herb, which could also improve a lightning-type divine embryo, but not by much. You're ruthless. The stall owner was depressed, knowing that he had been cheated. He picked up the bottle and the spiritual herb and threw it at Lin Ling. Lin Ling also threw a dragon stone before turning to leave. Lin Ling, you're really something. I didn't expect you to bargain so hard. Bamboo, young Master Ming, and the others were still waiting. When they saw Lin Ling walk over, they all smiled. They're all shrewd people. When dealing with shrewd people, the more you talk, the more they know you care about the treasure and the more they will give in. It's better to be straightforward. Lin Ling said. You're right. Young Master Ming nodded. Don't you want to look around? There are all kinds of treasures here. There must be something suitable for you. Not for now. Ling shook his head. He now had a large number of dragon stones, and it would only take time for him to break through. After that, he would improve his foundation. In fact, his 8 Dantian divine embryos had reached the limit, but because Panga's foundation was too strong, he hadn't felt any bottlenecks so far. Of course, as his cultivation level increased, he would definitely be stuck at a bottleneck in the future. At that time, he would need to comprehend the universe and the foundation of his divine embryos. He waited for the others to return. After a long time, everyone returned happily. It was obvious that they had gained a lot. I didn't expect there to be so many treasures here. I found many of the things I dreamed of. Gong Xiao laughed. Sir, I found the lost treasure of the Grand Orient clan here. Xingyi was even more excited as he whispered to Lin Ling, That's good. Chapter 5179. Okay. Young Master and the others nodded. The treasures we are selling have some background after all. We must be careful. When we get the price of the auction, we will split it equally. Young Master Ming looked at everyone and said, although he was not a good person, he had principles. After he joined Lin Ling, he did not intend to take advantage of anyone. Instead, he took care of everyone. To put it bluntly, he was a protective person. Only, however, the prerequisite was to become his subordinate. Then, after that, everyone went to the auction house. The auction house was not hard to find, and it was not as luxurious as they had imagined. It was just a simple hall, but at that moment, no one entered the hall. Instead, there was a woman sitting cross-legged outside the door with her eyes slightly closed. The auction will start in 3 days. Please go back, she said. She closed her eyes and muttered to herself. We are here to sell treasures. Sir, you're late. The treasures for the auction have already been decided. If you want to sell them, then do it half a year later. Our Purple Wind Caves auction is held every half a year. Of course, if you can't wait, you can go to Sea Leaf Mountain and Sea of Sabers. There will be auctions there soon. It's too far. We want to sell them here. Lin Ling said indifferently. Chu Wuzhu was a ticking time bomb. Naturally, it was better to sell it as soon as possible. Sir, The woman slowly opened her eyes, and her expression was full of displeasure. I have said that the treasures have already been decided. It can't be changed at will, unless your treasures are the best. Then look at this bead. Lin Ling took out the Chu Wuzhu, but the woman did not take it. However, looking at Lin Ling and the others, she saw that they were not willing to give up. Finally, she snorted and said, "Fine, I will make you give up." She picked up the Chu Wuzhu and checked it. At first, her expression did not change, but gradually, it became serious and finally turned into surprise. Because this bead seemed to have no attack power and looked ordinary, but there was a mystery inside. Moreover, she blew out a wisp of fog and found that the fog could not be seen through at all. No magical power could detect it. One should know that if such a strange fog was used in a battle, it could hide from the opponent and even use the fog to interfere with the opponent. It was extremely powerful. The woman's face was filled with shock. She no longer had the contempt from before. We don't know what kind of treasure it is either. Now, can this treasure be used as the final treasure? Lin Ling asked. Let me ask. The woman didn't dare to make any guarantees and said, if I take Chu Wuzhu to ask His Excellency, do you have any objections? It's better to ask your master to come out to avoid any trouble. Lin Ling didn't want to cause any trouble. The woman also felt that Lin Ling was right. She quickly entered the hall, and a moment later, she walked out with a middle-aged man. Qiong Yao, the auction is about to begin. I'm so busy that I can't leave. What do you want? The middle-aged man's expression was cold and filled with displeasure. Lord Chen, they want to sell some treasures. The woman was clearly afraid of the middle-aged man. Nonsense. At this time, unless it's a final treasure, how can it enter the auction? Moreover, our auction started selling treasures 10 days in advance. Don't they know? The middle-aged man frowned. He came in front of Lin Ling and the others and swept his gaze across them. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Qing Zhu, the 12-winged yang god, Longyang and Xiaoluan. He looked back and forth, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. It had to be said that these 4 women each had their own merits. Their temperaments were outstanding and were indeed very attractive. In particular, Longyang and the 12-winged yang god were even more alluring. The solar gods. The middle-aged man also saw the 12-winged yang god's origin. After all, that head of golden hair was a symbol. Therefore, he didn't dare to look too much. Instead, he stared at Longyang and the others. I didn't expect that a god would be so perverted. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Lord Chen. The woman next to him was already familiar with the middle-aged man's personality. She reminded him in a low voice. Only then did the middle-aged man react. He snorted and said, "What treasure is this?" He immediately looked at Lin Ling, and Lin Ling also pushed Chu Wuzhu out, floating in the air. A mere bead actually wasted so much of my time. The middle-aged man was instantly furious. However, after checking Chu Wuzhu, his expression changed quietly. He picked up Chu Wuzhu and looked her up and down, his breathing rapid. After he used his divine essence to activate a wisp of fog, he kept checking the fog. Amazing, amazing. He muttered to himself, and even his words were incoherent. After all, even he couldn't see through the fog. How could such a treasure not be precious? It could be considered a life-saving trump card. However, he also checked that the bead was not activated by him with all his strength. He suddenly looked up at Lin Ling. How to use it? We don't have it. It's precisely because of this that we put it up for sale. Otherwise, we would have kept such a treasure for ourselves. Lin Ling said. The middle-aged man didn't suspect him. Moreover, seeing that Lin Ling and the rest's cultivation level was not high, he felt that everything was normal. He stared at the bead in his hand, and then glanced at Lin Ling and the rest. These people, except for the woman from the sun god race, didn't seem to be from the god race, and he hadn't seen it before. Cold light quietly appeared in his eyes. Of course, it disappeared in an instant. He smiled and said, "Do you know what this bead is called and where it came from?" Of course, this middle-aged man hid it well, but Lin Ling was not a newcomer. He dominated from the 1st level to the 6th level. How could he hide it from Lin Ling? I don't know. Lin Ling said calmly. However, the truth was indeed so. He only knew that the bead came from the Chu family. Same as time, Qing Zhu and the rest also noticed something. Since you don't know, I'll tell you. This bead comes from the Silver Moon race. It's called the Silver Mist bead. They lost it some time ago, but you stole it. Lord Chen's surprised expression changed to one of indifference. As expected, he was going to covet the Chu Wushu bead. In fact, Lin Ling and the rest already had this thought before they came. However, in the end, they realized that this was a big auction. Unless it was a sovereign-level treasure, the other party wouldn't have to do anything. However, they didn't expect that the auction would do something to the Chu Wushu bead. I won't tell the Silver Moon race about this. As for this bead, I'll personally hand it over to the Silver Moon race. The middle-aged man said this and turned to enter the hall. The woman looked at each other. After all, she also knew that this bead seemed to belong to these people. As expected, young Master Ming's expression was cold. How dare you? Saint said. Gui was even more furious. He wanted to rush into the hall and take back the treasure. You guys go first. We'll handle this. Lin Ling stopped them and cursed in his heart. After all, this was an unexpected disaster. They were fine, but they were forced to make a move again. Chapter 5180. Who are you? Get out. Random people are not allowed to enter the Purple Wind Cave auction. How dare you? The auction will be held in 3 days. Are you up to no good by rushing in at such a time? I don't think they have any good intentions. A cold voice said. The middle-aged man with the surname Chen sneered inwardly. This auction was organized by all the big shots of the god clans. How dare a random person be so arrogant? However, Lin Ling and the other two didn't leave. They were still looking at the middle-aged man with the surname Chen. You're courting death. Seeing this, the people in the hall became even more furious. Why are you here? If you don't have a convincing explanation, you won't be able to leave today. A voice came from afar. Lin the three didn't even look at that person. Qing Zhu said indifferently, What's the matter? You'll have to ask him. Of course, there were countless experts here. However, they didn't believe that the auction house would dare to help others if things got out of hand. What's going on? At this moment, an old man with a high status walked out. He was a middle-stage universe giant god. He shouted. He looked at the middle-aged man with the surname Chen. The middle-aged man with the surname Chen quickly bowed to the old man. Then he looked at Lin Ling and the other two and said, I don't know these three. They're probably here to scam us. I can only say that I'm unlucky to have met them. No matter what, make them leave. The auction will start in 3 days. Don't make a fool of yourself. Besides, we're all busy. We don't have time to waste here. The old man turned and left after hearing this. Chen Quan let out a hollow laugh. He was not surprised by the scene before him. If we don't get back our treasures today, the 3 of us won't leave. At most, we'll make a big scene. Lin Ling's voice was heard. He seemed calm, but there was an unquestionable tone in his voice. What arrogance! The gods in the hall were all shocked. They hadn't done anything yet, and these 3 had come to bully them? Lord Ma was about to leave, but he suddenly stopped and looked at Lin Ling and the other 2. He didn't expect Lin Ling and the other 2 to be so crazy. Arrogant. Provocative. This was a direct challenge to the Purple Wind Cave's auction. He knew that no matter how powerful a god was, they would still have to follow the rules. Where did these 3 people get their guts from? Then let's see if you have the strength to do so. Quan Yi sneered. If these 3 wanted to court death, he would just let them be. Especially when he saw that Lin Ling was merely a saint-level giant universe god, his heart was filled with mockery. With this kind of strength, he could kill him with a single finger. Would it be his turn to fart? He took a step forward, wanting to attack Lin Ling. Wait! A moment later, an arm blocked his path. It was Lord Ma. In a flicker, he appeared in front of Lin Ling. Although he looked old, his eyes were like lightning, and his back was straight as he looked down at Lin Ling's group of 3. Are the 3 of you really planning to cause trouble? His voice was laced with killing intent. You should know that no matter what your background is, once you cause trouble here, the ones who will die will definitely be you, and your backers won't dare to speak up. Is that so? Bamboo suddenly said, I want to know if your purple wind cave is so arrogant that you dare to ignore anyone. That's right. If you don't seek justice today, we'll just continue to cause trouble. If you want to fight or kill, the three of us will accompany you. Ling added, if we're really swindlers, you don't need to do anything. Our masters will kill us. If we're not at fault, this matter won't end so easily. Then the three of you can stay here forever. Chen Quan couldn't bear it anymore. He didn't expect these three ants to be so bold. After all, in his opinion, with the experts of the auction taking action, these three could only swallow their hatred. The powerful godly power appeared on the surface of his body, causing the surrounding space to turn illusory. Wait. But at this moment, the old man stopped Chen Quan, still looking at Lin Ling's group. Let them speak. Lord. Chen Quan shouted. He couldn't understand why Lord Ma would give these three a chance to speak. The matter is very simple. The three of us brought treasures to sell, but after this person checked our treasures, he secretly hid the treasures as well. Therefore, we entered the auction house to seek justice. Lin Ling said bluntly. What a joke. What good treasures do the three of you have? Moreover, the auction is about to start, and the auction house has stopped accepting treasures. You should find a good reason to slander others. Chen Quan retorted. His gaze searched the surroundings and found the first woman, saying, Lord Ma, Fairy Qiong Yao was the one who received them. She knows the truth. Several pairs of eyes fell on Fairy Qiong Yao, making her nervous. She braced herself and walked over. Of course, she was also looking at Chen Quan. Seeing the coldness in his eyes, she instantly knew what was going on. Fairy Qiong Yao, you speak. The old man said indifferently. It's like this. Fairy Qiong Yao looked at Lin Ling's group, and a trace of guilt flashed in the depths of her eyes. This ray of light, Lin Ling and the rest also saw it. They instantly knew that things were about to take a different turn. Today, they did come to sell treasures, and I tried to stop them. However, they said that they had a great treasure to sell. I knew that this was no small matter, so I had to invite Lord Qin. Fairy Qiong Yao said slowly. Later, Lord Qin came. I wanted to see if they had any great treasures, but in the end. After saying 3 results, she looked at Lin Ling's group and finally gritted her teeth. In the end, they had nothing. As for what happened after that, I don't know. She said. She did not dare to add too much details, as she felt that she would offend people. After saying that, she left and looked at Lin Ling's group apologetically. Lin Ling's group saw this look. They were angry at this woman, but in the end, they let it go. After all, this woman was forced. Moreover, she kept apologizing to them. Did you hear that? That's what happened. At the same time, Chen Quan let out a sharp scream and looked coldly at Lin Ling's group. Now, what else do you have to say? The 3 of them were silent, and they suppressed their anger in their hearts. The 3 of them were arrogant people. From the Dao realm to the Dao pagoda, and from the Dao pagoda to the 6th floor, when had they ever suffered such humiliation? They would rather have a decisive battle than bear this accusation. If they did not kill Chen Quan, they would not be human. Their eyes flashed with killing intent, and it was incomparably strong. This Chen Quan also saw the killing intent. Not only was he not afraid, but he secretly sneered and shouted, It seems that some swindlers have tricked us to the Purple Wind Cave. Everyone, what should we do? These 3 are newcomers. The big shots from all sides do not dare to cause trouble here, but they are so unforgiving. They are really insensible. Kill them, don't waste time. Chapter 5181. Mockery and ridicule could be heard in the hall. Many people were unhappy with Lin Ling and the other 2. If not for Lord Ma, they would have killed these 3 flies already. Then, Fairy Qiong Yao felt guilty. She did not dare to look at Lin Ling and the other 2 in the eyes. She was a woman after all. She was not as heartless as the other gods. Do the 3 of you have anything to say? At this time, Lord Ma's voice floated out, causing the hall to fall silent again. Many people were curious. Why did Lord Ma still give the 3 of them a chance at a time like this? We can't set a precedent like the Purple Wind Cave. Chen Quan was a little anxious because he also felt that something was wrong. Everyone has seen it with their own eyes. These three people are here to scam for food and drinks. How can we let them speak again and again? Moreover, the auction is about to start. It won't be good if it affects our reputation. That's right. Lord Ma, kill them. No need to talk nonsense. The auction will start in 3 days. We don't have time to play with them. Kill. Chen Quan's words were like a fuse that pushed the atmosphere to the peak again. On the other hand, Lin Ling and the other two's expressions remained calm, but they were a little curious. Lord Ma had indeed given them too many opportunities. Only Du Qingzhu knew that Lord Ma seemed to have noticed something. He knew about their background. But Lord Ma gave them another chance. Lin Ling would not waste it. He said calmly, "What else can we say? This is your place. Even if it's white, you can twist it into black. Moreover, even if we say it, who will believe us? If you don't say it, you won't have any chance." Lord Ma replied. "Lord Ma!" Chen Quan shouted. Quan could not hold back anymore. He came to Lord Ma and was about to attack Lin Ling. Why waste time talking nonsense with them? Just kill them. However, he felt that something was wrong. After all, Lord Ma was too easy to talk to. He attacked Lin Ling. However, he did not expect Lin Ling's strength to surpass his. Lin Ling immediately activated his innate talent fusion. At the same time, young Master Ming and Qingzhu assisted him. Ling De reached out and destroyed the divine power outside Chen Quan's body. He then grabbed Chen Quan's neck. Strong the great universe locked down and actually suppressed all of Chen Quan's power, deciding his life and death in one fell swoop. Lin Ling didn't kill him for the time being. Instead, he quickly searched his body. Fortunately, Chen Quan didn't leave Chu Wuzhu in the universe. Instead, he hid it on his body. Lin Ling was able to retrieve it. Under Lin Ling's storm-like attacks, Chen Quan spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted weakly. This young man was only a martial saint. How could he be so strong? Looking at the hall again, it seemed as though no one had come to their senses yet. After all, Chen Quan was a deity at the early stage of the universe giant god realm, yet he was easily subdued by a saint. His life was now in the hands of another. Swayed, they looked at Qingzhu and the other two. They instantly knew that this was caused by the three of them working together. Lord Ma obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong, but Chen Quan was already captured, so he couldn't do anything. He could only say coldly, "Your Excellency, this is too much." Too much? He took our treasures by force, slandered us as liars, and instigated the auction to kill us. Is it too much to suppress him now? Lin Ling said indifferently. You said that he took your treasures? This matter hasn't been settled yet. Lord Ma frowned. Chen Quan is a very reliable person. He wouldn't do such a thing to destroy his reputation. I've known him for 100 years, so I know him well. That's right. Lord Chen isn't that kind of person. Why aren't you releasing him? Many people believed in Chen Quan. Is that so? Lin Ling sneered. With a wave of his right hand, a bead appeared in his hand. This is the treasure he took from us. Now I've taken it back from him. Do you think it's yours just because you say so? Even though Chen Quan was weak, he still tried to argue. Or rather, you were the ones who snatched it from me. Furthermore, even though you tried to hide it, I believe that everyone here saw it. That's right, I saw it. He took advantage of Lord Chen's weakness to take this treasure from him. I guess that treasure originally belonged to Lord Chen. After he took it, he slandered it as his own. Many people were unhappy. Lin Ling's expression did not change. He said indifferently, "Since you say that the treasure belongs to him, then let him tell us what the treasure is and where it came from." Chen Quan was speechless. He had only roughly figured out the treasure's function. As for its origin, he did not have the time to investigate it. He had wanted to wait until this matter was over before taking a good look at the origin of the bead. However, Lin Ling and the others did not give him the time. "My lord, please tell me." Seeing that Chen Quan was silent, Lin Ling asked with a smile. The entire hall suddenly fell silent. The gods present were not idiots. They gradually realized that something was wrong. After all, if the bead belonged to Chen Quan, Why didn't he say anything? Chen Quan? Lord Ma asked with a frown. Chen Quan secretly broke out in cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is a silver moon bead from the Silver Moon clan. Once used, it can release a silver mist that can block any god's detection." "Are you done?" Lin Ling asked. Ling continued with a smile, "Then it's my turn. This is Chu Wuzhu from the Chaos World's Chu family. Only the Chu family's bloodline can release the mysterious mist. Others can only release 10% of the mist. Of course, if you're strong enough, you might be able to break this restriction and unleash the full power of the bead. I know. If you don't believe me, then let Lord Ma take a look." Lin Ling said. Ling also threw the Chu Wuzhu to Lord Ma. Everyone looked at Lord Ma. Chen Quan's heart trembled. He did not expect things to turn out like this. He only hoped that Lord Ma would not be able to see the origin of the bead. "This bead?" Lord Ma looked at it for a moment and finally raised his head. "It is indeed from the Chaos World's Chu family. Its name is Chu Wuzhu." Hearing this, Chen Quan's entire body went limp. He felt as if he had fallen into the 18 layers of hell and was beyond redemption. What? Did Lord Qin really cheat them of their beads? However, Lord Qin is a good person. He shouldn't be that kind of person. Now that everything is clear, Lord Ma will not harm Lord Qin. Voices came from the hall. Those who wanted to kill Lin Ling before did not dare to speak anymore. "Since the truth is out, I have nothing to say," Lin Ling said. Ling looked around the hall. Powerful divine energy and physical strength flowed into his arm. Coupled with the suppression of the 5 realms universe, he suddenly patted Chen Quan's head. "Wait," Lord Ma shouted. Only then did Lord Ma notice and anxiously shouted. However, he was still too slow. Boom! Thump! With a loud bang, Chen Quan's head exploded in front of everyone. Blood spurted out. His soul floated into the sky, entered the Bronze Gate, and went to the underworld to be reincarnated. Chapter 5182. The hall suddenly fell silent. Then voices drifted out. "Dead? How dare you kill Lord Qin? Although Lord Qin deceived you, he doesn't deserve to die. Besides, is it your turn to deal with our auction?" Anger rose in everyone's hearts. They felt that Lin Ling was not giving them any face at the auction. "He slandered us, stole our treasures, and even wanted to kill them. He deserves to die." Ling was not afraid at all. He looked at everyone indifferently. "Don't you think it's embarrassing enough?" Suddenly, Lord Ma's voice rang out. The entire hall fell silent. Many people looked at Lord Ma suspiciously. After all, Chen Quan was dead. Why was Lord Ma speaking up for an outsider? Chen Quan coveted the guests' treasures and violated the auction's rules. He deserved to die. Lord Ma's first sentence had shocked everyone. "The auction is in 3 days. If this matter blows up, do you think it will benefit Purple Wind Cave? In the future, do you still want to come to Purple Wind Cave? If the guests had consigned an ordinary treasure, we would have just lost money. However, that Chu Wushu pearl is a precious treasure. Chen Quan's death ends this matter. No one will be able to pursue this matter. Do you have any objections?" Many people's eyes flickered. They could not understand Lord Ma's intentions. However, it was undeniable that Chen Quan had violated the rules first. "No objections." Someone spoke up. Following that, more people spoke up one after another. Lord Ma nodded and looked at Lin Ling and the rest. "Guests, leave the Chu Wushu pearl to me. I will auction it for you. It is one of the most precious treasures. What do you think?" "Lord Ma is fair. I am sincerely convinced." "No problem," Lin Ling said. Ling nodded. He also felt that Lord Ma was helping them. Of course, they were in the right. "Fairy Qiong Yao, come here." Lord Ma looked at the woman behind him. The woman's face turned pale. In fact, after Chen Quan's death, she knew that things were going to be troublesome. "I also violated the rules. I don't care if I die, but I hope that my friends won't be implicated." She walked out and said to Lin Ling and the rest, "All right, it's up to you." Lord Bai nodded and looked at Lin Ling. "Forget it," just as Lord Bai said, "This matter is over." Lin Ling did not intend to punish the woman. Firstly, the woman was also forced to do so. Secondly, when the woman was slandering him, she kept apologizing. Ah! Fairy Xianxia was stunned. Fairy Xianxia, why aren't you thanking the guest? Lord Bai was also taken aback, but he suddenly smiled and said, Thank you, thank you, thank you, said Joan. Fairy Yao hurriedly bowed. She was incomparably grateful to Lin Ling and the others. All right, you can leave now. His Excellency waved his hand at him and said to Lin Ling, Guest, please follow me. There are some procedures that need to be followed to sell the treasures. Once the treasures are auctioned off, the Purple Wind Cave will take 10% of the commission. The rest will be yours. Lin Ling immediately followed behind Lord Bai. After passing through the main hall, a corridor appeared in front of them. Both sides of the corridor were filled with bamboo and looked extremely elegant. Guess I almost wronged you before. Here, I apologize to you. Lord Bai said as he walked. His Excellency said as he walked. His dignified expression disappeared and became a little more benevolent. It's okay, as long as we get the justice we deserve, Ling said. Lord Bai suddenly looked at Qing Zhu and said with a smile, Little friend, have we met before? I don't know, but I think Lord Bai should have heard of the Slanting Moon 3 Stars Cave. Qing Zhu said with a smile. She guessed that the reason Lord Bai helped them was probably because he had guessed something. You are indeed that old man's disciple. Lord Bai suddenly smiled bitterly. He had guessed a thing or two before because he had the chance to meet that old man once. At that time, Qing Zhu was also present, so he had a slight impression of him. I didn't expect that old man's disciple to also come out of the mountain. It seems that the matter of the chaotic realm ruler interfering in the Dao Tower is getting closer and closer. Lord Bai said again, then looked at Lin Ling and said, This young master is also that old man's disciple. He is my junior brother. So that's how it is. It seems that they are all on the same side. Back then, I was fortunate enough to be helped by that old man. I still can't forget this kindness. Don't worry, since you are that old man's disciples, I will do my best to help you in the Purple Wind Cave. By the way, our auction will have the participation of all the major god clans, Myriad Sea Clan, Ya Clan, Mountain Push Party, Silver Moon Clan, and Fengxue Clan. If you have a conflict with them, just mention my name. Even if they have a great enmity with you, they won't dare to mess around with you. Moreover, the Purple Wind Cave's cave master also has karma with that old man. When he knows that you are here, he will definitely help you. Thank you, Lord Bai. Ling and Qing Zhu didn't expect their master to have such great face. I won't disturb you anymore. This is my sound transmission jade talisman. If you have any problems, let me know. Go down the corridor and you will see the area where the guests are. You can rest there. Lord Bai handed over a jade talisman and bowed slightly. Lord Bai, my friends are still outside. Can you let them come in with us? Ling suddenly said. As long as there aren't too many people, it won't be a problem. Let Fairy Xianxia help you. Lord Bai smiled. Ling Ling immediately thanked him and continued walking with Qing Zhu and the others. I didn't expect that I would take advantage of your limelight. Young Master Ming looked around and smiled. Of course, he was secretly shocked. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be the disciple of that god. It seemed that he had underestimated Lin Ling. As for Qing Zhu, he had already guessed it. Let's wait here for the 12-winged sun god and the others, lest they get lost. After walking for a while, Lin Ling stopped and suggested. The man nodded and waited quietly in the corridor. Not long after, the thunder god and the others all arrived. Moreover, their faces were full of shock. After all, they had been waiting quietly outside the auction all this time. Moreover, they were already mentally prepared that there would be a great battle at any time. However, the battle didn't happen. Instead, they were invited in, and they could see that the auction seemed to be very polite to them. Of course, they also suspected that it was a trap, but after seeing Lin Ling and the others, they all relaxed. Lin Ling, Mother, Xiao Lun, and the others all smiled at Lin Ling. Come, let's talk as we walk. Ling Ling knew that they were curious, so he led them along the corridor and roughly told them what had happened. After a while, a garden appeared at the end of the corridor. There were artificial mountains in the garden, and rich spiritual energy was like a dense fog. Being in the garden, they felt that their cultivation speed had increased a lot. Chapter 5183. Dear guests, this way. Fairy Yao politely led Lin Ling and the rest forward. Judging from her appearance, she was clearly in a good mood. But the second half of the Dao Pagoda was already cruel enough. Previously, she had offended Lin Ling and the rest. She had thought that she would definitely die, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would spare her? Naturally, she was very grateful to Lin Ling and the rest. In addition, Lord Bai had repeatedly reminded her to take good care of Lin Ling and the rest. She found the largest pavilion and invited Lin Ling and the rest to sit inside. Then, she took out fine wine and other things and placed them on the table. So many people? And the treatment is too good. The gods in the surrounding pavilions looked over with furrowed brows. They were also VIPs, but the treatment was as different as heaven and earth. There are indeed many people. I don't know who the leader is, but there are quite a lot of beauties. Someone sneered. There are still 3 days before the auction. Let's wait here for 3 days and cultivate. Moreover, cultivating in this garden is obviously different. It's something that can only be encountered by chance. Lin Ling said to Lei Gong and the rest. Lei Gong and the rest were very happy. After all, they now had a large number of dragon stones. In addition to this cultivation treasure land, their strength would definitely increase greatly. Of course, this place was not suitable for cultivating with dragon stones, so they mostly focused on stabilizing their realms. While Lin Ling and the rest were cultivating, a figure suddenly walked towards Lin Ling. It was a youth wearing a silver robe. Behind him were 2 people, and they were not weak at all. They had the strength of a deity-level universe giant god. And that youth seemed to be a pinnacle saint universe giant god, but his aura was tyrannical. His strength was definitely extraordinary. Dear guest, that pavilion has already been reserved. Fairy Qiong Yao, who had been standing outside the pavilion, suddenly panicked when she saw the youth walking over. She was responsible for serving Lin Ling and the rest. As long as she served them well, the auction would not pursue her previous mistakes. She did not want to make any mistakes at this time. Yo, you are also quite beautiful. The youth had one hand behind his back while the other hand moved towards Fairy Qiong Yao's face. Guest. Fairy Qiong Yao was shocked. She did not expect this young man to be so daring. Where are you going? Just as the young man was about to step back to avoid the attack, he frowned. A powerful force surged out and grabbed Fairy Qiong Yao into his arms. Dear guest, please don't. Please respect yourself. I'm an auctioneer. Fairy Yao became anxious and kept resisting. Get lost. The young man seemed to be in a bad mood. His brows twitched and his eyes turned silver, looking extremely ferocious. With just a glance at Fairy Qiong Yao, her body turned into a ray of light and disappeared. That he felt as if he had gone from the lower level of the Dao Pagoda to the upper level. His body was breaking apart, but this time, it would not reform. No, cried Joan. As Fairy Yao watched herself disappear, she frantically screamed in panic. This is the sound also woke up Lin Ling and the others in the gazebo. Originally, they thought that this was an auction and nothing would happen, so they all calmed down and stabilized their cultivation. Only when Fairy Qiong Yao shouted did they realize that Fairy Qiong Yao had disappeared. The fairy who had politely greeted them just now died in front of everyone's eyes. What? At this moment, young Master Ming's pupils shrank. He was the first to stand up, his eyes burning with anger. He was a person who was both righteous and evil, but he had always been protective of his own people. Fairy Qiong Yao was in charge of receiving them, and in his eyes, she was half of his people. How could he allow an outsider to humiliate her? Even more. Moreover, she was killed in front of him, which was more like a slap to his face. Similarly, Qing Zhu and Lin Ling's pupils shrank. Fairy Qiong Yao had slandered them before, but she was obviously a kind person. She did not become cold and heartless in order to protect herself. In the process of slandering them, she kept apologizing to them. Lin Ling and the others also considered this woman half a friend. In the end, no one expected that Fairy Qiong Yao would not die in Chen Quan's hands, but in the hands of an unknown young man. There are a few beautiful women. At this moment, the silver-robed young man was still walking forward, as if the people he had killed were dust, ants, and not worth his attention. He walked into the small pavilion and smiled at Longyang. The 12-winged young god said, "I am Yin Chuangshi, from the Silver Moon clan. I am the direct descendant of the Silver Moon ancestor god Silver Moon. It is a pleasure to meet you." He had killed Fairy Qiong Yao, but it was as if nothing had happened. He ignored Lin Ling and the others. Scram! Longyang and the 12-winged young god said at the same time. They were also angry about Fairy Qiong Yao's death. When a beauty is angry, it is a different kind of flavor. I like it, I like it. Yin Chuangshi laughed and said to the two experts behind him, "Look, when the other women saw me, they all panicked or took the initiative to hug me. Only these two women told me to scram. Isn't it interesting?" "Young master, it is indeed interesting." The two experts laughed as well. They spoke as they pleased, ignoring everyone in the garden, which attracted a lot of attention. I was wondering who was so arrogant. It is Yin Chuangshi. This guy is the 9th son of the Silver Moon ancestor. Many people whispered, but no one dared to talk about it. Little beauties, I will give you one more chance. Come into my arms. Don't tell me to scram. It is fun to hear this once, but it will be boring to hear it a second time. After all, I am not a patient person, and I don't like cold beauties. Yin Chuangshi said again at this time. Scram! The two women shouted angrily again, and their bodies were full of killing intent. Silver Yin Chuangshi was still smiling, but his smile gradually became cold. He was the direct descendant of the Silver Moon clan, and he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He had never been humiliated like this. Even more. So many people in the garden were looking at him, which made him feel embarrassed. Bitch, I gave you face, but you don't want it. His eyes turned silver, and he attacked Longyang and the young man. However, Longyang and the young man were not weak. 16 wings appeared on the back of the 12-winged sun god, and the light of the sun was blooming. They collided with the silver light, while a sword appeared in Longyang's hand, which was even more terrifying. When she waved it, a mysterious light appeared, and the silver light could not hurt Longyang and the young man at all. What's going on? Everyone in the garden was shocked. 10. They recognized the sun god with 2 wings. He was from the sun god clan. They were surprised by the other beautiful woman. Her sword had a powerful mysterious power, which made people feel that it was invulnerable. Most importantly, this power was between life and vitality, which was very strange. It is the power of eternal life. An old man exclaimed, "Eternal life." The power of life represented eternal life. Whoever controlled this power would be able to obtain eternal life. If this power was used on someone else, that person would also be able to obtain eternal life. As long as that person didn't enter the underworld, no matter how great their injuries were, they wouldn't die. No one expected that the two women would be so powerful that they could block Yin Chuangshi's attack.